Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this is happening. Okay. This is what's happening, all right? Let me explain. Folks, I got two Oshis. All right? I got more than two, but like what I'm saying is I have a situation. I got two Oshis who have massive respect for one another, and you know, they want to be cool. You know, they want to be cool. You know, we might be collaborating. So I wanted to remind them that they needn't be embarrassed about trying to be cool and impressive to one another because they're working with this guy. Right? Okay? You cannot get more offensive and or ridiculous than me. Impossible. Right? So all of this, oh, I'm awkward. Oh, you know, what are they going to think of me? Okay? Well, listen. This confirms that by comparison, okay, you're instantly at least like 20 cool points up, no matter what you do or say, okay? Because you're around an individual who sometimes, every now and then, is kind of a giant cock about things. You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? Heavier, yeah. You don't know if there's a cooler guy that could pull off a chicken costume, but at the same time, it's still a chicken costume. You know what I'm saying? So Baji, Daryl, and I are collaborating. Zonum. Yeah. And Daryl messaged me about possibly, you know, doing stuff with Baji, but they're just real anxious. They have a lot of mutual respect for one another. So, hey, what's up? Hey, everybody. Hey, Thurgeon. Hey, KD. Hey, Canna Buster. Hey, Wells. Hey, Lazy. Hey, Adendal. Hey, Mono. Mono Cork. I gotta differentiate now. Good Faye Fox. Hey, Zonum. Nimiat. Void Star. Caroline. I'm a beast. Spooky Scoop. Stovenat. Hello, welcome everybody. Oh boy. Hey, so let me calm down this bit a little bit because it's hot in here. If anybody has the opportunity, I wanted to get together. I need to get a playlist together for Daryl that shows like stuff for the vocalies. So like the improv stuff from Baji, and then I gotta put my own stuff together that I can do with my voice. And then I gotta get, of course, the Rachmaninoff in that playlist. Yeah, Zonum, I'm gonna try to do it. Stream Ninja can make it difficult. I have to log in every time, and I don't know where my phone is that has the 2FA on Twitch. And at this point in the week, because I go like 12, 16-hour days. Like when I'm not streaming, I'm working with my editors, I'm coming up with ideas, I'm collaborating with people, coordinating with people, answering comments and all this stuff, right? So like anytime something's not just like real easy, it kind of gets put on the back burner until the weekend. So we're gonna try to do like on the weekend, we're gonna put up, we got emotes, we're gonna put the chat up. Again, I'm gonna fix that. So worst comes to worst, I'll put another 2FA thing on my spare phone, or at least this phone that I have right here all the time. So yeah, we're gonna work on that. We're gonna get 7TV up. We're trying all that stuff. We're gonna get the about page on Twitch fixed. So all that stuff, yeah. Good source for Baji Improv. Thanks, Kitty. All right. Yeah, I can. Cannabuster is a good idea. Yeah. Let me go to my Twitch and just in that, John. Yeah. Boy, I'm pretty tired. Boy, so you know, tomorrow's off. We do have a couple free voice lessons today. Got 3 of them. That's exciting for me every time, always. Yeah. Whoops. I chatted with just super briefly with 16 and Mono. I need to see your faces for the thumbnail. Oh, Jesus. Okay, folks, I actually asked my, yeah, Zonum, it's a pain. I asked my editors to poke me. Just lose a Sajru, you fiends. I asked my editors to bother me about React faces. Because one, you can all use them to do God's work, really. The things you make are foul. They're foul. Unacceptable. Massage of the egg? I don't know. It's a good question. So the best part about oh, foul, yeah, it's foul what they. I see what you did there, Vels. Yeah. But anyway, the best part about running a React channel and having editors is you pay them to work on your face. It's a weird thing. It's a weird dynamic. So they need more of my face, and apparently, y'all want more of my face so you can do the terrible, terrible things you've done in the Discord that shall remain unspoken of. They're horrendous. I'm pretty sure, like, some vile sin was committed to create that. Yeah, 34. Yeah, we have to do some crash out faces. Which I'll have to make crazy. So, all right, I gotta do that first. That's on the list because I got the new camera and shit. So, and skin tones, yada yada yada. So, give me a second. Doesn't really work unless I look professional. Because the crash out bits, if I don't look professional, people just think I'm a crazy person. Does this shirt even fit right now? Oh my god, that doesn't work at all. Give me a second. Let me get a shirt that fits. And of course, it's wrinkled to shit, but we don't talk about that. I wish Express wasn't so expensive. I look really good in them. I usually get these used. Or like, yeah. But the Express always fit me really well. Like, really well. Blue and eardrum cackling? That's funny. Yeah, no, those things are ridiculous. Crash out face, poultry, puns. Yeah, yeah, we got those too. Okay. Have I seen Baji's ash layering? No. We're gonna look at some Daryl and Baji stuff. Because I gotta. Baji doesn't really do YouTube. She doesn't really do, as far as I understand, like short form. She's got a clip channel, and those are run by other people. So as far as promoting the collab, that's kind of on me. It's kind of my idea, all of this anyway. So, you know, I have to take ownership of it. Hence this whole React face thing. This has probably got to get out of the way. I don't know if I need this anymore. This probably looks better. Does this sound better? Does this matter? Does anyone hear a difference? Because with the denoiser, I don't know if I need this anymore. And this like looks a little cleaner, I think, on camera. But it's a tiny bit cleaner. Clearer? Okay. So one person says it's no difference, and one says it's cleaner. So looks better on camera. So we'll do that. All right. So now we need faces. Please fix the collar. That's the best I got. That it is wrinkled is what it is. Because I'm not going to iron it, and that's what would have to happen. These collars are kind of thick. Yeah, I feel you. Stream started early. I changed the time, Almanacs, because I know a lot of you guys are in EU. My plan was to start at 10. But, and oh my god, I'm dehydrated. Let me fix that. My plan was to start at 10. But, I needed to talk to Baji and Daryl and get started on stuff. Yeah, I'm going to help Daryl promo Starlight Fantasia Act 4. It's going to be like a lot of what I do coming up. Of course, we're going to do some other stuff, but listen. Fashion mullet, all right? Party on the top, or sorry, business on top, party on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Alrighty. Almost looks like my pants are falling down, but that's not this. You know, it's a onesie, right? So yeah, weird image, weird evocative image. But anyway, Jared was not sure what plan was to. We're gonna support some butts. Yeah. All right. Okay. So we got this affects the sibilants. Yeah, without the pop filter, that would make sense. I'll put it back on once I'm done with taking the pictures for the guys. All right. Fine on top, foul on bottom. I like that. All right. So we need the professional look. Okay. Professional look. We need the oh my god look. All right. Listen, I'm a professional, guys. I've been doing this a long time. I know how to make faces for the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, I'm like pretty good at stuff and things. All right. Blitz. I look at him. He's like, I can just like be real close to you, right, all the time. What's up, Blitz? You're like right in the middle of why you can't get on my lap right now, dog. He's been so needy recently. I think like what's up? I left for a day, Wednesday, not the whole day, but like a while, and I usually never leave. So I think he's gotten a little needy. He's like, "Where'd you go? Where'd you go? You left at one point in time, at some point in time, and then I didn't know where you were." And then now he's gonna be like, "Oh my God, where'd my human go?" And he's been like sleeping like really close to me ever since. And I'm just worried he's gonna step over the cables, Blitz, like that. Exactly. All right. Yeah. The crash out face. Oh, we gotta have the honest, joyous look face. You know, I gotta think happy thoughts. Honest, shit-eating grin. I'm gonna go with the crazy first. Easier to channel that. Get better posture. There we go. That works. The army gets in the way if I do it too much. There we go. That works. All right. Yeah, I went outside. Crazy. That's the you were sitting face. I need the notes. I need the she's got the best notes. There we go. That's a good one. Need Blitz in one of the thumbnails? Nah. Blitz is like on the on-stream vibe. All these React faces are like all top of funnel. No one knows the dog. No one cares about the dog. It's, you know, hey, here's your favorite singer, and some asshole talking about your favorite singer. Click on the video, you know. Unless it's storytelling. But yeah. Maybe we got a few Blitz ones, so. Alright. Shit-eating grin time. I need a happy memory. Here's the memory. My dad, this is when I was young, when I was a kid, with my brother. Okay. Here's what happened. You know, when you're young and, you know, like a kid, and you're at that age where, like, you know, your dad is like the coolest, you know? So, he was showing us how to shoot hoops, my brother and I. And he had recently lost a ton of weight, so he started wearing suspenders. And my brother and I were like, oh, but like slam dunks, because like Michael Jordan was big at the time. So we're like, oh, like you can dunk, you're tall. Like, Dad, you should dunk. You should totally dunk on the thing, because we had set it up to be kind of shorter, right? Because we were really young, and he was, you know, showing us how to shoot. And so he jumps up in the air, does a slam dunk, lands, pants falls all the way down. Just right in the front yard. Now, we were living kind of in the boonies at the time, so there's like no neighbors who would have seen it. So it's just like a private family moment. And all three of us immediately start laughing our asses off for like 10 minutes straight. Cannot breathe laughing. You know? So there's the two right there. Yeah. It's one of my favorite memories. Hey, Keo. Because like that's my family and I, right? Like we try not to take ourselves too serious because we're like really serious people by default for like everything else. So if we take ourselves seriously, we're kind of screwed. All right, sorry for the little shuffle noise. There we go. Now I shouldn't need a de-esser. Though this is way closer than it used to be. Sorry. All right, there we go. Okay. So I got to get a playlist together of Baji's improv stuff. I also got to get stuff that I could do. And sorry, Twitch chat is for some reason behind. All right. Sorry about the sounds, guys. All right. Little jank, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Sorry, too boring. You know. Yeah. Oh, so it's not just a pop filter. It's also soundproofing around the capsule. I need to take things less serious, and I would like to add a small bit of whimsy to my life. I think that's a good idea in general. Especially if you go hard, if you like to work hard, you like to do things that are challenging. It pays dividends to like, because you got to be able to rest, you know. Too boring. What more do we need? Let me show what I got. All right. This is so ridiculous to me. This whole thing. Okay, this is gratitude face, right? Got to have gratitude face. I don't think this needs to be done. That's a good gratitude face. All right. I don't know what we're gonna call this. It's a face, you know. There's the requisite conditions. Sorry for the sibilance issues. You're good. If it's still there, I can because I've heard it on my depending on the device I'm listening to my videos with, I have heard sibilance issues. Looking at the camera, we can have multiple of those. All right. Yeah, the seriously look. I have a hard time with the seriously look. I almost never use it because like I hate it. Feel like I'm being a dick. Is a rose in the mouth? That'd be funny. There's this. This is the we're not going to talk about it face. This is the should I be concerned now face. I look really tired in that one. I look really tired in that one. I should redo this. I'll get a couple of my headphones on. Wow, I have more bags under my eyes than my mom owns purses. Similar to gratitude face because it's such a clear face. That's we need a what the fuck face. We got this one. Right. We got this. That one's good. Look at disgust. All right. There we go. That's your look at disgust. This one's good. Oh, we gotta have a Terrence face. This is, you were sitting the whole time? We'll get to that, Jester. That's it's a difficult one to channel. At least right now. Confused face? Alright. But we'll get to that, I'm sure. I'm sure everyone on the stream will make me emotional. There's the, oh my god, her notes are the best notes. My ego has now been destroyed face. Alright. Those are good. This is the honestly happy face. This is the I'm having a good time face, you know what I'm saying? Smiling face variety. I had to give a wholesome story to channel that face, all right? Okay, we got the look of disgust. All right. Too boring. This is what's weird about this whole situation, okay? Why do you guys like it's like one thing, like I understand you have to work on my face, but why do you want to work on my face? That's the real question here, okay? That's what's strange to me. Oh, there's so many. What is blue steel? Colonialism core? Oh, why not? That's the question. Oh, God. Have you seen my face? My face is the best. I appreciate it. Thanks, Karen. I know Zoolander. I don't know a lot of the references. All right. I feel like we gotta have finger guns. It's a little difficult when we have a mouse as the button. Oh, Cylinder is blue steel? Okay. Creepy obsessed face? I feel like some of them we already have. Is there an eyebrow raise? Shrugging? How about the what the fuck? Gotta have that one. Those are always good to have. I don't think can I raise one eyebrow? No. No, Face, and this is for my video editors have asked me for faces because we got a new camera. So I got to give them my face. It's weird. This is YouTube. You know, it's for the YouTube game. Yeah. Oh, why are you so fucking cool as a reenactment? I should have captured that. I should have waited before sending. I couldn't wait though. I was chatting with Daryl and Baji this morning about the collab, and I just cannot resist when those fucking cool people send me a message. Cannot help but answer. I'm gonna do more voice memos too, because it's just easier for me. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Baji gets worried about like being awkward, and I'm like, you mean awesome? Do we have different definitions for the word awkward, Baji? Because I think you mean like too awesome. Are you worried about being too awesome? That's what I think you're saying. Because when you say awkward, like what the hell do you mean? You're like super fucking cool. Like I don't think we have the same definition for that word. Do I have sunglasses? Oh man, I don't. That'd be good. Faces with headphones? Sure. Oh man, thanks guys. Yeah, being able to pay Saber is a big deal. I mean, I always pay. Again, just to be clear, so folks get it. Like when it comes to the throne stuff with the artist, and I'm gonna after yesterday, you guys win again. I'll add a standing desk. I hate asking for stuff, but it was objectively just so much easier to sing yesterday. It was crazy how much better I sounded. So I'll get a standing desk, and then oh yeah, faces with headphones. For the throne thing, I'm always gonna pay the artist, right? I'm never gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna book you, and then if it gets crowdfunded, you get money. That's never anything I'm ever gonna do. I think I've paid Saber more than that total. This is just like the throne for that stuff is more like help me do it more if you want, is what that stuff is about. So Baji's community has a project that they've been trying to do. I'm gonna see what it's about a bit more, and then see what I can get done to help them, because they've been I think it's like a Baji. I'm not sure if it's like your debut anniversary or something, like Baju's birthday for the character or whatever. But they asked me for some help with organizing that. So yeah, we'll see. I'll look at some standing desks. I gotta thank the people who donate to the throne. I gotta thank the people who do Patreon. I haven't checked my Patreon in a bit. I think I owe people some reacts, because those are promises made on the Patreon. Even though I didn't think to take that down. Anyway. Flexi spot? Alright. Baji days or characters B day? Alright. Yeah, Almanacs, yeah. Chat was right. Okay, alright, okay. Alright, Maury BB. Alright. Finished in faces? Almost. I think we needed a few with the headphones. Frankly, I don't know, man. I think we got enough. I think I'm just gonna send it. Because I want to move on. We can always do more of this stuff, but it's weird to just sit here and fucking do faces, guys. Sorry. That's all weird. Yeah. So I'm just gonna send it. I'll put it in the arts and crafts forum. Too boring, Obsidian. So it's gonna be in the Discord under faces for wholesome content. Meaning everyone's gonna bastardize everything and make some Sajiru demon nonsense. You crazy people. It's also funny though, so it's worth. We do it for the memes, okay? The memes are always a noble cause. All right. I have pretty long cables. Yeah, do it for the memes and the Yoshis, 100%. Yeah. Like the Lasajiru shit. The Laderal. Oh god. The Layam. The Lariku. I'm actually like, that gag reflex is not like a pose. Like, it's so fucking gross. It's like a visceral reaction. It's so gross. It's so cursed. It's crazy. Yeah, no one need to apologize for the memes. They're hilarious. I sent them to Daryl. Because I was like, once upon a time, this was a safe space, Daryl. Once upon a time. And now it's gone. I'll share her reaction, just the text. I don't want to, obviously I'm not gonna leak the DMs, but I'll put it I'll do this. Put it in paint. Just so you guys can see it. Because listen, like, this is y'all's work. You should know how you affect people. So, you know, listen, you make the Oshi laugh. You deserve a little praise, I think. Yeah, you made the Oshi laugh. Good job, everybody. Worth it. Immediately worth it. I could puke 10 times, but even the memory of Daryl's laughter, you know? I'll show you which ones I showed her in particular. Playing World of Warcraft at the same time? Goated. I feel safe with you guys. It's a joke. It's a joke. I wouldn't share as much as I do if I felt otherwise. Yeah, Daryl's great. So is Baji. Yeah. I really enjoy talking to those two. When you say take it further, my knee-jerk reaction is to say absolutely not. I think this is far enough, okay? All right? I think this is grotesque. I think I was 2 steps away from bleaching my eyeballs so that I could never see again, you know? Because I think that that's a normal, sane, so, you know, thing to respond with when you see images so cursed as to drive you mad. You know? I think what you guys did, in some countries, pretty sure, I think those would be illegal. I'll show you what I showed her, though. So this is the first one I showed her. And then the second one I showed her was this. Sorry if you ever see this, Baji. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad it killed any sentiment of yeah. I was worried people would start like doing shipping stuff for Baji and I. And yeah, luckily it was turned into such a savage meme with the Lesagero shit that like that got absolutely murdered, which is great. So we can just focus on our friendship and not have it be weird, which it can be sometimes when people do the shipping thing. So yeah. Yeah, it is really cursed. It's crazy. It is absolutely mad. Yeah. Sasha is real and it can hurt you. I'm actually going to show. That's funny. I saw the here. Let me because I'm making a video a little bit about the collab to try and promo the collab. So let me get the most cursed. Oh my god, these are so terrible. My community has helped me tremendously in assisting me in making the Oshis feel comfortable, okay? And how are we doing that? What's the strategy? Just to recap, I am the antithesis of cool, calm, collected, well-adjusted, okay? So by comparison, both Oshis are going to look immaculate, okay? And chat helped with this, okay? This is so vile, right? So now, Baji, what could you possibly do that is more awkward or worse than that, okay? And just in case you think that you could outdo that, no, it gets worse. Ah, it hurts me. It hurts me. Physically painful, okay? There we go. It needs to be framed. For y'all, I'd put it. Oh, my dad's paintings. I have my dad's paintings. Not gonna sleep yet. Don't challenge Baji. It's more like I just want you know, Daryl and Baji have a lot of professional respect for one another. And they just want to be cool about it. So I'm gonna, I'm just trying to make it a fun working environment. Yeah. So it's not like a challenge. So yeah, my dad didn't paint them, but my dad, when we were living in New York State for a bit, he went Atticus Finch, which is to say, there were a lot of people in that particular area who couldn't afford a doctor. So for folks who were uninsured, he would treat them for in exchange for their artwork. So you can pay me in your art. So your plan is to lower the professionality of the collab by showing these? My plan is to promote the collaboration, because like I'm basically the one doing marketing for this. I mean, Daryl's gonna live stream the composition of the vocalies. Baji, from what I understand, this is a bit presumptuous. Like she obsesses over the quality of her live streams. So I'm just going to have a bunch of ideas for her if she wants to do it. Same with Daryl. But like, it's basically on me to promote this thing. Yeah, my dad did payment in art. I got a bunch of them actually. Yeah. So like, I've already sent them a couple things. I've cracked a few jokes, tried to break the ice, but also like, I don't know. I want the air around this thing to be real fun, and I want people to think of the vocalies as a good time. And not like, oh my god, we're going to make such art as artists that we're going to artsy the art. I want it to be a good time. So I want all the stuff that I haven't seen. If you haven't seen Daryl, I was there when Daryl reacted to Baji singing, but we do have that prepared and on the docket. Yeah, I want it. Yeah, I want it to be light like the diss track. Because Daryl's going to write a banger. That reminds me, because I got to get what happened to the diss track video. So what we're doing is we're going to do, if I didn't have what I had Wednesday, I would have been fine to do it. But, you know, I'm just, I'm too tired. So what Too Boring is doing is he's making a lyric video, but he's doing the lyrics on top of green so that I can chroma key it and we can do a music video. So I got to plan that thing and then do some cuts. My FFmpeg scripts may not be totally appropriate, so it's going to take some time to work, and then I got to get DaVinci Resolve working again. So there's just kind of like some stuff that I got to do to prepare, you know? I don't know about two. I mean, there's a little bit of that, but it's more like at this point in the week, I'm so gassed because I kind of go really hard that I don't have the capacity or energy to even do things like open up my case and replace my SSD. I can be tired and talk to y'all because I did customer service at Trader Joe's during the pandemic. Like, this is easy, right? And it's low stim because I'm just talking to chat. And hey Mastiffs, right? Yeah, I got sibling energy with these folks. It's cool. So talking to y'all is easy. Talking about music is easy. I think I have a SATA SSD. It's just a plug-in. You know. Yeah. Anything that gives me energy back that we can do on stream? On a slow effort. I'm calling it easy. You guys are easy to get along with. You guys are easy to enjoy. Time for home lab, and it took 2 months. Yeah. Yeah, I could slam another Red Bull. I think I might do that. It's early enough. Honestly, voice lessons. Teaching is like, that's my favorite thing. Talking to you guys probably second. Putting on music from Baji and Daryl probably wake my ass up pretty quick. Caffeine can make me tired. Yeah. Yeah. The ash again layering? Possibly. Show all the sweet pajamas. All right. A lot of folks are requesting the ash again thing. And that was in, I think, the people linked that in the thing. Yeah, right here. Oh god, we have so many tabs open. Let's nuke a lot of these. Oh, Mako's requests. I'm not done with that. Yeah, it's just this week, and like I've said it a few times, I had something to do this week that drains the shit out of me. So that's kind of where this is coming from, mainly. So I didn't want the negative thing that I had to do to take me away from this, which is like the most positive thing in my life that I have going on, and is the most positive thing in my life that I've had for a long time. Hey, Leon. Hey, Phantom. Great job, by the way, Phantom, during your lesson. I know I said it then and there, but I just want to let you know. You guys giving me the opportunity to honor the promise I made to Marilyn is that's real special to me. So I appreciate it. All right. Let's do this. We need context. We need context. What is Daryl working with? Okay, for those who don't know.
Enjoy this. We do a one take.
She's gonna do a looper. Okay. I loop as well. Is it as good? I'm gonna pretend. Okay. Because otherwise, I have to deal with the fact that this lunatic will vibe this. She vibes it. She vibes the harmonies.
Waves can't put out my flame. Death will never write my name. Burn it down, burn it down. They say the memory of me is fading. I've heard it all before. Don't tell me everyone around is waiting. And they all say, tear it down, burn it down. And they all pay.
16 in mono said that he said two things. One, Joe, he's gonna retaliate twofold. And I asked him about like doing like some joking videos about like taking a victory lap and like saying we won and all this shit. And I was like, you cool with that? And he's like, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I was like, yeah, like I'm not trying to start shit or this is all about funding free voice lessons, and people are like, this is the content people are finding themselves invested in. It helps to leverage y'all's name to fund the free voice lesson thing. And he was like, don't even worry about it. He's a good dude. It makes, I am so bad at, I really don't want to insult him. I hated every ounce of it. I really had to go deep on Terrence. But anyway, let's get back to this. You cleared the throne. Hey, guys. Thanks, man. Let me tell Saber. Let me let him know. And I'll do first thing I got to talk about whenever one of the mods thanks, guys. The throne is on, yeah, it's linked on YouTube. Yeah, I guess we gotta put that. Can you put that in stream suggestions, Katie, and tag Schuster? Thanks. Yeah. So I'll put the standing desk on there at you guys' request. Usually I try to leave that stuff for the artists and paying artists, but like, it's come up a lot. You guys, I mean, and yesterday I was like, oh my god, this makes singing so much fucking easier. I can do much more. Yeah. So I'll put it up there. I'll deal with it. Because my setup is a hot mess. Yeah. Anyway. Hey, Schuster, thanks. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll get a desk. After this, I'll do some research on this one. I also got to start writing down some names. There's so many. And I'm not going to stop tonight until I get through 1,000 names. So eventually I got to start cranking that out. But there's some other stuff to do as well. You know, I can write names and be absolutely exhausted, right? So. But yeah, after like what I had to do Wednesday, I'm particularly tired. So we'll see how hard I go. But like, you know, I got tomorrow off. So yeah, KD made a spectrogram. Which helps a lot. KD, at some point, maybe at the beginning of the next lesson you got, because I saw you booked again. Thank you for that. Maybe we can do like a quick tutorial for people to set that up as well, so that when they use their voice lesson, they can have that. Because some people, it was like it's not click and go for them because of the browser stuff or whatever. I don't know. But whatever I can do to make it easier for people to set that up so they have it, that would be dope. Yeah. Anyway. I have to give mic permissions? Okay. Let's continue with this.
When I tear it down, burn it down. When the world falls through, and there's ash again. While you all pretend, if this is the end, I'll do it again.
So,
Voices.
as much as I like being hype, right? Let's talk things that are educational. This is low for Baji, okay? So, if she wanted more power on these lower notes so that she could have a little bit more dynamic variety, she could take a much larger inhale, and that would help. But there's kind of, to a certain extent, there's only so much you can do. You can also brighten your vowels as well, and that will make the lower note more clear. Even if it doesn't get a lot more of the lower frequencies, it'll add higher frequencies so that as your kind of like ability to just make volume as a lighter voice hitting a lower note, you're just not going to have as much power as a lower voice. So you can add upper partials. I'll show you on a spectrogram. So that helps me be heard. And then, again, if I take a bigger breath, that helps as well. The reason why this works is because your folds have to come together more in terms of the breath. I explained the upper partial stuff, a brighter vowel. We can get into the acoustics of that, but it's getting a little in the weeds. For the vocal folds to come together more, you could hear it was kind of like airy and breathy, and then I took a bigger breath and it kind of worked out a bit better. There's only so much vocal mass in the vocal folds, right? You get two little bits and bobs that come together for a tone. The lower the note, the fatter they have to be. And you bring them together through what's called the Bernoulli effect. So if I blow air through this, right? The bigger the object that I have, the more air I need to put through to bring them together. Nature abhors a vacuum. You put air through those two things. The pressure on the outside of these, whatever it's a letter, these sound things, the pressure on the outside becomes greater than the pressure on the inside. Nature abhors a vacuum. Boom. Okay. So that's the Bernoulli effect. That's how the vocal folds come together. If they're thicker folds for a lower pitch, you need more breath. So that's an option that she could have to get more sound in her low end. However, you do have to make adjustments when you transition out of your low end. Additionally, Bajuru streams for very long hours. These things can take a lot of energy, and she's streaming in the middle of the night sometimes.
When I tear it down, burn it down. When the world bursts through, and there's ash again. While you all pretend, if this is the end, I'll do it again.
Here's what's really important to understand also about technique. She might want to start this song, because she's going to layer it for a while. She might want to start with not a lot of stuff, with not a lot of volume, right? So that she can go somewhere.
Voices rise in my head, the hands that pull at my thread, let them drown, burn it down, wait for the wash and the tide, and the abyss is where I will hide, let them drown, burn it down. They say the memory of me is fading. I've heard it all before. Don't tell me everyone around is waiting.
She is kind of, in this instance, I talked about this a little bit in the Marco Meatball React. She's curving her tongue. Though Marco Meatball and the Alicia cover just curved the front of it, she's curving her tongue, and it's going a little bit back, but not too much back. But by curving the tongue, so if I have a flat tongue, let me show you. Ow. No matter what I do with my vowel, I have a lot brighter sound. So if I curve it like that, I get a rounder sound, like a little bit of a darker tone. It can get less ergonomic if it's taken to an extreme. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Additionally, her soft palate is domed. Oftentimes, whenever I teach here, I try to get people lifting their palate because it tends to be ergonomic. It is easier, more efficient, especially as you go up. However, if you're trying to get, here's the difference. Let me just do it. Lifted soft palate with a flat tongue. Rounded tongue, lifted soft palate. Rounded tongue, domed soft palate. These are different characteristics, different tone qualities. We don't prioritize as artists trying to be efficient. We try to communicate something. The important thing is not to do one or the other. It's to make a choice. Baji can do either, so I'm going to assume this is a decision.
Tear it down, burn it down, and they'll all pay. When I tear it down, burn it down, when the world falls through, and all is ash again, while you all pretend, if this is the end, I'll do it again. We swim against the current.
Now, as this phrase went on,
If this is the end, I'll do it again.
her tongue is now flat.
We swim.
Now, in this phrase, she's going away from speech level singing. So her false folds were retracted, or were not retracted. They were in a neutral. So demonstrate this again. Neutral, false folds. Retracted, false folds. You're adding depth of sound when you retract them. There's a whole range of motion. Right? If I retract them as much as I can. Eventually, you know, I close off the, because the false folds can close. In closing them or getting close to closing them, you can create distortion. Baji does that as well.
Against the current sing. In dark we change as smoke returns to rain. Navigating sunken depths and all of its debris. No more hands upon my words.
People are asking if all of these decisions are informed, are they vibed? Does she know she's doing it? Most people don't know they're doing any of this. Right? And talent, oftentimes, there are odds and ends. It's hard to describe anything. Like, what is the story of somebody's journey to getting good at something? You know, succinctly communicating that is not really possible. But if, you know, you can explain most of it by saying this. If you love something, oh, yo, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. If you love something and you stay curious about it and you play with it, you'll naturally find yourself just screwing around. And the people in my life that I've met who are incredible, there is a common theme. One, they're never done playing. One of the most gifted pianists that I've ever met, you know, like when I practice my scales on piano, I'm not excited to be there. I do it because I have to do it. The difference, other than the fact that Mark started playing piano when he was 3 and practiced like 3 to 4 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week since he was 3, the big difference is that when Mark did scales, he was like, how can I phrase my scales? How can I crescendo? How can I have every little note articulated? How can I do this? How can I do that? All the time. On everything. Even his scales. So there is an element of it that, like I said, it's difficult to succinctly explain something like this. But you can't tell me Baji doesn't love singing, right? You can't tell me she's not playful. And in terms of what that means and why that's so important, it's not about the hours you spend. When you are learning something, the goal is to build something called myelin, and I give this speech a lot in my lessons. It's going to be a long video for one fucking thing, but, you know, here we are. I need to just get a PNG for myelin and just have it on my thing, because I do this so much. This is myelin. This is myelin. This is a fatty sheath around the neurons. What it does is it allows signals from one neuron to another to travel faster in between them. This is how we build coordination. Myelin does not build through hours spent. It does not build from repetition. It only builds when you interrupt forgetting. If someone loves a thing, or they're stimming or whatever, or they're self-soothing, or it's a benefit to them, they revisit that thing more often. You go to the bathroom, how would this sound work? Okay, right? You screw around with it for a little bit, and then you stop. Right? And you keep doing that, and you keep doing that, and you keep doing that, and you keep doing that. The people who figure that out young, and kids do this anyway. This is how kids usually approach learning anyway. Also, there's something to be said about peace of mind or achieving peace of mind through an activity. Because if you're worried about some stuff in your life, generally speaking, you're not going to be a lot. If there's like immediate concerns, right? You can think of it like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? There's a certain thing that you need to have, like a little bit of stability, just enough so that you can have the opportunity to be curious about something like your freaking soft palate. Yeah. See you, Kiro. Think about tying your shoes, right? People get good at tying their shoes because you do it, once or twice a day, every day. If you want to get good at something like Valorant or any skill, if you go and do like aim training and you focus on a specific thing and you do it for like 5 minutes every day, and then maybe another 5 minutes at night, you're going to get better faster than you would if you just grinded out a game. You know, if you play a couple games once a week, play a game once a week, right? And you look at your skill and you try to break it down, maybe you get a coach, whatever. You look at where you suck. Instead of playing a bunch of more of the same game, 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the evening, working at what you suck at because you like to work on it. You do that, you'll get better way faster than you would if you just grinded the game within reason. I mean, there is a bit of this that does come down to hours spent. However, there is absolutely a difference in quality of practice.
For me, for all the ones who try to silence thunder, I'm the wave that pulls you down and under. Every day you'll stand with me and fight the drought of shallow sea as ships sail winds of jealousy.
She's adding a bit of snarl, a little flared nostril to get like a bite to the sound.
As they all say, tear it down, burn it down, and we'll pay when I tear it down, burn it down, and the world falls through, and all is ash again, where you are pretend. If this is the end, I'll do it again.
A little vibrato there. How can anyone hear a flared nostril?
Just
Because
need to layer over.
I've done this for a while.
Yeah. I
And,
do it, like, we kind of do it like in between tones. It's hard to explain. So like, it sounds fuller when you do the song in multiple different tones.
Yes.
If you know what I mean. Hold up.
I can actually show this
Here.
with a spectrogram.
So we just took that as like an OBS recording. Then we play it.
Oh, well, that would explain why she's literally kind of
Grab.
not neutering her lows. That's a bit harsh of a term, but like why she would want a different tone in her low than maximizing volume.
And lyrics, because sometimes I forget the lyrics. Guys, prefer to stream it right away. Not actually. Okay, ready?
Thank you, Taylor. I don't know, Marilos, it just sounds like a thing. Like, right. I thought to myself, is she using jaw tension to get that bite sound? Like, no. No, that sounds different if she did it that way. So it sounds like she's flaring her nostrils to get that sound. And there's ways you can do that. You can do the with the lip, but you can do there's different ways to do it. To flare your nostrils to get that sound. Yeah. Is she in Audacity? Is she in Audacity? She doesn't have a looper? Are you serious? Why does she... I can't even complain. I have the jankiest setup. It's crazy. I have to use the bathroom after that Red Bull. OBS recordings? I can't even be mad because I've done that with FFmpeg to make music videos. That's so silly. That's so silly. She's replaying OBS? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? Why does she do everything on hard mode? Let me play the damn track. I can't believe this girl. My god. Thank God I'm doing the production on the collaboration stuff. Oh my god. That's so wild. That's so insane. It's absolutely ridiculous. 16 in mono. I know what you did. You gave the Oshi an MP3, you fiend!
Well.
Nefarious. Unforgivable. I will not have it. The Oshi's honor must be defended from the likes of thee. And I know just the fool to take you on, going Terrence. I channel energy, emotion. Chat looks for the current, I get under the ocean. My stream is diverse, in my flow you only channel one thing. Monotone is what they should call you. So flat, make it look sharper than I do. Didn't really want to have to diss you, but I do. Stop, unless you want to get sharp like a right shoe. Now, I'm not the type who wants to be mean, but mono I'll throw down like a sweet 16. Voice real high when I make you scream. Take my notes if you ever want to hit them clean. Word to your mother. I know what they say about the ego. Can't take the tear, take the tenor of my flow. Brought the heat since the bomb, yeah, we know. Take the beat down, beats hitting like you have me saying. Going super in the chat, on the track, going fast, never last, going Goku. I don't know what you heard, see you tweeting like a bird. I don't understand a word, gotta go cool. I'm classic, can't pass it. More balls than DBZ, my flow exudes aura, vitality. I guess thanks for the mochi. That means energy. It's called a pun. I'm a punny guy. And if you want to step, don't trip. Want a seat at my table, don't flip. Like an off-brand jacket, you don't seem to zip. I'm gonna stand for the Oshi. And if you want to step, don't trip. Want a seat at my table, don't flip. Like an off-brand jacket, you don't seem to zip. I'm gonna stand for the Oshi. Sit.
job, buddy.
Yeah.
This Fat with a PH diss track was brought to you by me, Terrence the Tenor. Also, I guess, Saber
All
did
right.
the audio. Baji did the lyrics. Ghost did the beatboxing. But it was mostly me because Lesage might have laid down the singing. And a lot of people in the community did the haze. And then it was also
Yeah.
funded by my community.
Oops. The lyric video will be without any of that extra stuff, and we'll just, credit where credit's due. And then the music video will have the spoken bits for the funnies. I watched this guy who makes videos on how to promote music on social media, because a traditional algorithm approach doesn't work ever since the watch time change. So you have to make short form with music to promo it. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it. Okay, so when you layer your voices, Shantae talked about this. For those who don't know, Shantae is an R&B artist. She's exceptional with overdubs. Mariah Carey does this as well, but Shantae actually talked about this in an interview. When you blend with yourself, you want to create... It's like mixing by choosing the right vowels. If I do a Bach chorale, say for example, and I have a lower voice, and then another voice on top of that, another voice on top of that. If I do everything to try and optimize and push for these higher frequencies that will be more audible to the human ear, I'm just going to saturate that frequency range. It's not going to sound as fat. Whereas if I prioritize getting more low resonance, which the things that I discussed with the kind of the curved tongue, as long as it's relaxed, protruded lips, and a domed soft palate, what I'm doing is I'm actually extending my vocal tract, which will highlight lower frequencies. It won't be as noticeable, and certainly won't be as audible, because I don't have a low voice. But by extending that vocal tract, we are highlighting and amplifying lower frequencies. So what she was doing there was absolutely intentional. Not ideal for solo stuff, but makes sense she's laying down that lower layer. Let's see what she does moving forward. Okay, thank you for the this is 1.1k bits or 3 subs. Where is this? There was some contribution. I'm sorry I missed it. Thank you for that. I can't believe she does this by layering OBS recordings. It's so ridiculous, man.
Face to face with time again. We walk once more to the end. Burn it down, burn it down. Waves can't put out my flame. Death will never write my name.
Okay. So how is she... She's going to go higher, I presume, right? So how is she highlighting the mid frequencies with just vocal technique?
Face to face with time again.
So instead of again, I can make that more again. Instead of that, instead of again, right? The lips are still relaxed here. The soft palate is lifted a little bit. Still kind of down a little bit. Just on the sides. It's hard to hear with the layer underneath. Not used to picking apart people sing in this context.
Face to face with time again. We walk once more to the end.
It's a higher pitch, and her larynx is higher, which will affect things. But then her false folds are retracted a little bit more. So and da 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 da. Yeah. And that's getting some more frequencies in the mids. By raising her larynx, she's kind of cutting off the lows. She's like kind of scooping those out. But by having the false folds retracted with that higher larynx, it kind of does a good job of highlighting the mids. And of course, because it's Baji, she probably knows none of this. I'm just going to assume she knows none of it.
Death will never write my name. Burn it down, burn it down. They say the memory of me is fading.
Okay. This is a good example of exactly what she was talking about. You see how this sounds fatter? And then when they're in unison, and they're singing it similarly, that thick quality of that wall of sound that we were getting from her vocals, that's kind of gone a little bit the second they start singing in unison, these overdubs.
Death will never write my name.
You all tell me about the color of the vibes. I don't want to hear about the vibescape, okay? That's not a thing. I rebuke thee.
They say the memory of me is fading. I've heard it all before. Don't tell me.
Now, she's brightening it, and now you can hear a separation of the voices, and it sounds fatter.
And they all say, tear it down, burn it down, and they're all pale.
One of the unique things about being a recording artist is that these things are more consequential than they would be in a live scenario where you're unamplified. So we're going back to like a higher larynx to cut off the lows intentionally. I think she's contracting a little bit of what the thyrohyoid muscle to lift her larynx even more on these highs.
They'll say, tear it down, burn it down.
It sounds like she's actively avoiding tilting your thyroid cartilage, which you would do. It makes it much easier to go higher, but it gives you more low resonance. Her intonation's really clean too. So her consonants are also really clean and on time.
Voices rise in my head, the hands that pull at my thread.
So I like this a lot.
Down, burn it down.
This is my own bias. I like this tone a lot more. I understand the priority of the layering. That some of these kind of like the scoops and cutting and all this stuff that you can do with an EQ, but you can also do with vocal technique. I think Baji's voice is beautiful. She's losing a little bit of that layering priority in this, but I like the delivery more. I think this is more natural. There's less going on.
Wait for the wash in the tide, and the abyss is where I will hide.
Much more speech-like.
Down, burn it down. They say the memory of me is fading. I've heard it all before. Don't tell me everyone around is waiting. And they all say, tear it down, burn it down, and they're all pale. tear it down, burn it down.
Yeah, she's letting it rip a little bit. So the tone control may not be as precise. But she's getting into it, which I care about that a lot more.
We swim against the current sail. In dark we change, as smoke returns to rain. Navigating sunken depths and all of its debris. No more hands upon my words, they only speak for me. For all the ones who try to silence thunder,
Her soft ballad is much more lifted here.
that pulls you down and under. Every day you'll stand with me. I'll fight the drought of jealousy. I should sail winds of jealousy. I'll listen carefully as they all say, tear it down, burn it down, and they'll pay when I tear it down, burn it down, when the road falls through and all is ash again. While you all pretend if this is the end.
Can't wait for this next harmony. Yeah, mono. She definitely went brighter and less like in the mids.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 more times with different harmonies, because obviously a lot of those. We walk once more to the end. Burn it down, burn it down. Waste can't put out my flame.
I think she's using.
Death will never write my name. Burn it down, burn it down. They say the memory of me is
Yeah. I think this is what's happening. For this layer, she's actually not doing that much different than she did for the other layer, except less vocal closure, so there's a little bit of an air, like a hissy quality coming through. And that hissy quality immediately occupies a lot of frequencies. It's kind of like... So, as they all say... I'm not too good at that, because opera like is all about vocal closure. But like, that hissy sound is going to occupy a lot of higher frequencies without necessarily being domineering.
I've heard it all before. Don't tell me everyone around is waiting. And they all say,
Nice nipper tone. Nice resolution.
When I tear it down, burn
Nipper
it
tone.
down. When the world falls through and all is ash again, while you all pretend if this is the end, I'll do it again.
So one of the things that happens a lot of times when you do harmonies, you can think in terms of like chord, but it's going to get real boring real fast. So there are things called non-chord tones in theory, and actually Western theory is ridiculously bad at explaining melody to the point where Indian music theory is way better at it. And then we do have some ideas, but I, in particular, am very fond of Nari Boulanger's kind of perspective on counterpoint. And counterpoint is basically just using melodies such that they create harmonies. But all that to say, there are some simple things you can do to avoid chord, chord, chord. So if I'm doing, let me lay down a chord. Yeah, her live streams are really late. I can't always catch everything. I just made my life harder. Yeah, I made my life harder. Let me pick a different progression. That's just literally 1, 3, 5. That's not going to work out for me. Do, fa, sol. Do we do 1, 4, 5? That's boring. Let me think of something. Do, fa, la. Yeah. All right, do, fa, la, si, do, mi. Yeah. I'll do a neighbor tone here. Do, mi, re, la. Yeah. There we go. That one's the progression and has some non-chord tones in it. If I there we go. So in this one, I am using a neighbor tone in the beginning. Well, not necessarily neighbor tone because it leaps instead of resolves up by step, but I'm doing this. I have one chord and I start on the third. I go down, it clashes. So then I leap up to resolve. Then I sustain this as the other voice goes down. And I think I sustain it, I do contrary motion. And then I sustain it until the lower voice resolves. So I'm thinking horizontal, not like chord, chord, chord. So when she talks about vibing, no, I can't justify that. There's no explanation. There's no justification for that word. No, it's terrible. We're not gonna entertain such nonsense. We're moving on.
Voices rise in my head.
But these are some ideas you can use.
The hands that pull at my thread, let them drown, burn it down. Wait for the wash in the tide, and the abyss is where I will hide. Let them drown, burn it down. They say the memory of me is fading.
By the way, this does get a lot easier to do when you're really familiar with the chord progression. Right? And a lot of music does follow just like a simple 4-chord. You know, like there's a lot of pop music, so there's a lot of opportunity to play. And then sometimes Baji will also add more harmonies that are what are called extended harmonies. So extended harmonies can sound really cool and crunchy, and people like, well, it's like, oh, it's like a jazz chord, oh my god. So in this, in the two voices I laid down there, the progression is 1, 4, 6, 5, 1 in terms of chords. Now I did some non-chord tones in there, you know, because it's cool. But when you're stacking this many layers, to avoid unisons, because if you have notes hitting the same note, a lot of the color just dies, and a lot of that fatness just dies. So if you're going to add 3, 4, more like 4 or 5 voices, especially like 5, having, instead of just do, mi, so, which makes up a 1 chord, do, mi, so, if I stack that up, that's a 1 chord, I can have do, mi, so, ti, and now I have a 7th chord. So you can do stuff like that. And if I add a 9th, do, mi, so, ti, re, do, and then these things can resolve. Ti usually resolves to do, etc., etc. So, and this getting into tendency tones, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. But yeah, watch how she just, you know, vibes it into the vibescape.
I've heard it all before, don't tell me everyone around is waiting. And they all say, tear it down, burn it down. And they're all
Yeah, passing tone.
when I tear it down, burn it down.
So passing tone, if I'm doing do, mi, so in a 1 chord, do, mi, okay, let's say that I have do sustained, right? And now I have a second harmony on mi. On that second harmony, mi, re, do. Re is not in the 1 chord. It would be crunchy. It feels wrong, but it creates tension. So we can create tension by being on a non-chord tone, and by passing through, we have a resolution. So we create this tension and release. This is why counterpoint is so dope, and why it's so useful as a musical device, is because we can go from harmony to harmony and build tension and drama.
When the world falls through and all is ash again, will you all pretend if this is the end?
Yeah, so the interval of the second can create tension. However, if you're on a 9th chord, then it's technically in the chord, isn't it? So how do you navigate that? Oh my god. There's some ideas on that too. It gets cool really fast, in my opinion.
Navigating sunken depths and all of its debris.
Okay, this is no. Okay. I do not condone or endorse this, okay? These are parallel fifths, okay? In classical music, we don't do this, okay? This is considered inappropriate. Why? You might ask. Okay? So a parallel fifth, you run the danger of going flat, and then it becomes a tritone. If it becomes a tritone, that's the devil's note, okay? And people were pretty religious. So parallel fifths, moving in parallel fifths, very easy to go flat or sharp, and you get a very different quality interval, okay? She's moving in parallel fifths. Why does it work? Because her intonation's really good. That's the only reason it works. This shouldn't be, I rebuke thee, okay? You and your parallel fifths. And it works because your intonation and your timing is really good. But this is perverse, okay? You can't just do things by being good and then break the rules like this, okay? And I know they're not rules. It's a tool in the toolkit. Okay, these are guidance and stylistic decisions, but shame on you. Shame on you for your parallel fifths that only work because your intonation is really good, okay? I'm not mad. I'm not disturbed. It's ridiculous.
As smoke returns to rain, navigating sunken depths.
See how it's like all parallel?
No more hands upon my words.
Even though I totally did parallel fifths in that diss track.
So try to silence thunder. I'm the down and under. Every day you'll stand with me. I'll fight the child of shallow sea. I should sail winds of jealousy. I'll listen.
All right. Let me discuss a little bit about what I'm going off about with different kinds of motion. The different when you have different voices that are they're moving in different directions, it's a great way of maintaining the independence of the line and how recognizable each individual melody is. It's a great way of being distinct. But you may not want that. Maybe you want the harmonies and the chords to be chord, chord, chord. So parallel motion is if one melody line goes up, the other one goes up with it. Okay? Usually, if you want to maintain line independence so that each melodic line is its own, you'll do something like this. This is oblique motion, where notice how the bottom line is staying the same, and this is going down. This is oblique. The most ideal way to maintain line independence is through contrary motion, right? One voice goes down, the other goes up. So, jokes aside about, like, parallels and all that stuff, and parallel fifths and all that, it's just cause and effect, right? Nothing's wrong doing that. It's just you run into the risk of getting into tritones, which will sound like this. Oops. There we go. Now you can use tritones, but you want to use them on purpose, because if you're going from this, it's a very different sound from this, right? So it can sound really wrong real fast if you're flat. So that's generally why you avoid parallel fifths, because you're moving and you might go flat. But the other consequence, even if you can get away with doing that, and again, this is not wrong, this is just a thing that happens, is the melodic nature of your harmonies start to sound like chord, chord, chord. But that can be a cool thing. See how she goes down? It's parallel. Chord, chord, chord. It's kind of cool, right? And there's contrary. There's contrary. When they all burn through, when we all burn through. Right? So there's a bunch of different motion going down. So like, it kind of feels like epic to have this like chord, chord, chord thing going on. And then you get a lot more sophistication when you got, so like, you know what I mean? Like this isn't about rules, it's about cause and effect. So memes aside, like this is kind of dope.
Is that scuff? Yeah, but it's okay. I'm happy to still be able to do it for you even if it's scuff. It's about the journey. Last part, I'm just gonna add a bunch of unnecessary oohs and ahs.
Sounds like a good idea. She knows what she does on an instinctive level. Yeah, I mean, she's played with this a lot.
walk once more to the end.
There we go. How else can we have note independence when we do harmonies and overdubs? Rhythm, right? So now we're holding and we're sustaining common tones, which is to say, and I did this with La. Fa, La, Do is the 4 chord. La is also in the 6 chord. So I sustained La in my 2-voice harmony here. La, la, right? So I sustain that. So by changing the rhythm, that's another tool to maintain line independence.
Burn it down, burn it down. Waste can't put out my flame. Death will never write my name. Burn it down, burn it down. They say the memory of me is fading.
And these are often easier to lay down.
I've heard it all before.
Okay, and then she just adds that. That's dope.
Around is waiting. And they all say, tear it down, burn it down. And they're all pay when I tear it
You hear that crunch?
down.
And then she resolves it.
When the old path goes and all is ash again.
Yeah.
Pretend if this is the end, I'll do it again.
So what the really cool thing about counterpoint, and just like, again, you know, it's the idea that I want you to take away. Not any of the specifics necessarily, but the idea. This isn't about hitting the right note in the right order, right? It's about resolving. You can have, there's many ideas out there to justify not being in a chord tone. There's a ton. But at the end of the day, they all kind of have the same idea. And the idea is resolution. So she's traveling around, so, you know, vibing, whatever, right? She's singing, she has kind of an idea where she is. Oh, she's clashing. That's not a problem. She can change the note, right? She can go up a step, down a step to resolve. And so it's not it's being unafraid of the drama and knowing where to go, right? And that's what ends up making these chords, I think, and these harmonies a lot more interesting.
Eyes in my head, the hands that pull at my thread, let them drown, burn it down. Wait for the wash in the tide, and the abyss is where I will hide. Let them drown, burn it down.
This is not quite call and response. Call and response is more of a principle of phrasing, which is at play here, but it's not necessarily the concept I was trying to highlight.
And they all say, tear it down, burn it down, and they'll all pay.
Yeah, see, this is what's dope right here. This little nugget. That clash and that quick resolution, but also it being in time. Yeah, so it's not like, oh, I'm on the wrong note, let me resolve really quick. It's like, oh, let me just lean into that and then resolve it in time. Oh, yeah. And so she ends up finding here and there
some really cool chords, like kind of incidentally, like extended harmony, a lot of these other things. But you can also like here's like I think like a nice chord that I really like, and this is right. It's just do re mi so. It's nice and crunchy, but it's nice. WC uses this in Children's Corner. Perhaps cable's in the way. There we go. And what's cool about this piece of music from Debussy is that it sounds really nice when done pianistically, but if you do it in block chords, and the reason why is it follows the overtone series. Second chord. Right? So there's a lot of different ideas on how to get different harmonies that are like non-chord tones to work. And, you know, you can justify them after the fact, but the point is again, the simple idea of where are you now and where are you going? That's the advantage of counterpoint and thinking about harmony from a point of view of melody. And then you get these crunchy chords here. Did Bach use a lot of counterpoint? Yeah. A lot of composers do. Bach is famous for it. And by the way, you can find ninth chords in Bach. Explaining them in that way is a little weird, because there's a lot of like theory. Music theory is basically a way of naming a consistent pattern that comes up such that you can bring it later. You can use it as a tool later on, right? Theory's not a bunch of rules in the same way that English grammar is often broken intentionally by poets or writers. Melville has a sentence in Moby Dick that, at least in my version of it, is an entire page and a little bit more. It's a run-on sentence. It is improper grammar, but the sentence is supposed to create the sentiment and the feeling of Ishmael being manic, and it works. Because it's a run-on sentence, and it's exasperating, and it has a parenthetical, and this thought, and I'm going to go in the street and methodically knock the hats off of people passing by coffin warehouses. And then, when that happens, I find it time to get to sea as soon as I can, or high time to get to sea as soon as I can. And that ends the sentence. And then the next one is short. Right? So, it's not even about knowing the rules so you can break them. It's, what do you want to do? Because there's a lot of ideas of what you can do. And then you play with them. What happens? What's the cause? What's the effect? And when you play around a lot and you get creative and you just, again, you play. That word is really important here. So this whole like vibe thing that she's doing, she doesn't have names through the English language to describe what she is doing. I do, because I studied people who wrote down these ideas using English, well, technically German, then translated into English. Most theory stuff is written in German. I didn't read that stuff. I read the translations. I ain't that based. But you can have a different understanding through a different
framing, I communicate a lot of my ideas through spoken word, through English, right? So I'm describing to you these ideas in a way that you, the audience, are used to using. However, as Bernstein put it, music is best described as a language. What better way to describe a musical idea than to practice communicating via music and just playing around with it and finding out the cause and effect? So in a way, Baji does know what she's doing. But the difference is how has it been practiced in terms of communication? I got formal training. When an idea is introduced in a school environment, it's going to be communicated through language. Yes, and she sang before she talked, so it would make sense that this is more akin to how she would think about it. And yeah, again, this goes back to knowing where you are and where you want to go. Yeah, I think you could best explain this as music is her native tongue. Yeah, she just spent a lot of time messing up and playing, you know? I'll listen to the next layer at after I pee. So mid-song, arguing with herself a comedic way. How parallel mental processing does that require? Not as much as you'd think, Avatar. If you're very familiar with a character, you can switch between really quick. It does take quite a little bit, but like if you do character work, you can do that. And again, you can do character work by playing and just messing around. This is what I do with Terrence, right? Terrence is a newer character for me than Lo Giroux is for her. Terrence is currently more of a caricature than a character, right? But I've done it before where I've had arguments with myself in character when playing D&D. That, I will say, is more vibed on my end. I've always been good at improv and pretty decent at acting. I do understand human psychology quite well, so that helps. I don't know. That I'd have a hard time with. I didn't study anywhere near as much like acting theory. But have I done that while in mid-song? Yeah. Rolkonig. Yeah. All the time. It just takes comfort in two things. The music and the characters. If you're comfortable with both and you play around with both at the same time, same thing, right? So there are explanations to her skill. Like, don't get me wrong, obviously Baji's exceptional, right? But I've seen many crazy talented people who disturb me with how good they are. Baji's not. This is not my first rodeo with extraordinary talent. It's right. This is why when I think about Baji, instead of thinking about like instead of trying to justify like how unique she might be, because to me that what that does is it's like I'm taking Baji
and I'm comparing as a point of reference to understand, I think it's much more useful to drop the comparison and focus on her and what she can do and is comfortable doing. I think that's more interesting, because to do that, you have to think about her and what she's doing and learn by kind of listening and thinking about the artist. Whereas if you try to frame your understanding based on something that you already know exists, you're always going to kind of have a little bit of a mismatch. Just a little bit. And so you increase your depth of understanding when you try to understand things about the artist and the skill set and the work, and break down the skill instead of comparing with people and abilities. I do that because it's like, this is what I do. So it's useful for me. It really doesn't quite make a whole lot of sense for someone who's not a musician to do that, to be frank. It's a lot of work, right? It is easier in a shorthand to be like, let's just compare two people that are kind of similar, right? It's a much easier shorthand. So it's not like bad to do that, but like as a professional, I should seek a deeper understanding, if that makes sense. I really have to pee, but it's a good idea to address that, because it happens a lot, particularly Baji. And one of the things I want to be able to do for people is I want them to feel closer to the artist, you know? And so we remove comparison to get into more detail. Why is this making a bunch of sound? Anyway, I'm going to go pee. Okay. Putting on the be right back screen if I'm just going to be gone for like 2 seconds. Thank you. Why is it doing that sound? What is going on? Some plug is loose. Would I ever be willing to discuss performance versus singing, looking at it from emotional performance of the character? Yes, Dragon's Bane, I've thought a lot about that. Here's the problem. Acting, there are things I'm bad at in acting. Using my body on stage to communicate an idea in a grand way, in a way that's really authentic and comfortable, like through dance or like stage choreography and stuff like that, I'm not good at that. I have just always done that. In character psychology, maybe. This is a thing that I was gonna express here.
I've spent a tremendous amount of time in my life playing and practicing, communicating to other people in English why I think something is so cool. Because I get very embarrassed and anxious about the level of passion I feel for a given thing. It makes sense that I have more success, or at least a lot of success, doing commentary as a YouTube channel. Someone had a very interesting question that Baji can switch between Logeru and Bajaru. Logeru, for those who don't know, it's like a second character that she switches between. And she does this switching between to express different musical ideas. And I was asked, can I explain a little bit about that? And the answer is, I can't do a good job of explaining that, because when it comes to acting, I actually kind of had some talent there. So I never had to learn much of anything. I also never went through the process of trying to explain it to people. So I kind of can, but I'm not very good at it. So I don't think it would do well on the channel. Like, I've spent a lot of time and thought and energy explaining singing to people. I think it's what makes me a good teacher. It's what makes me good at commentary on YouTube. Yeah. So, I've spent time playing and getting good at shit too. I think we all have. And it's just finding the outlet for it. In Baji's case, I say this with a little shit-eating grin on my face. This girl's kind of a hot mess, right? But just like, what a wonderful and amazingly interesting human being. When I met Todd, who was one of the best Warcraft 3 players of all time, that dude just played, like, he is so focused on Warcraft 3. Mark, pianist, same thing. Bajaru is abnormal in that her level of ability in singing has not removed her from the other elements of being an artist and a singer. She's incredibly thoughtful with language. She's very playful with rhythm. She plays with harmony. She plays with so much. And it's one of the things that I really respect about her, because she's never not curious about the things that she can do as a tool to express herself as an artist. We focus a lot of singing on this channel on singing technique. I have some semblance of ability to discuss music theory. I'm not the best at it. But when it comes to lyricism and all these other skills, I don't have the skill set to communicate all of the things that Baji does to be a basically like a maximum artist. I'll fix that now, Katie. Thank you. Why do I keep getting the ding here? All right. I'm also a hot mess, Farron. I just, in different ways. Sorry, Katie, I'm trying to find... Can you say something in YouTube real quick? Why is this... YouTube makes it a lot more difficult. Give me 1 second. So I think I have to go into my actual channel settings. So it's a bit more involved. Ah, never mind. They fixed that. Good. All right. There you go. You're mod now. All right. We're all messes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You touched on a point that I was thinking about. People with talent, especially exceptional talent, created. We meme morals create systems and structure to try and understand how they do it. Not necessarily. It doesn't break down into people who have talent versus don't. Mark, this is a good point too. So someone said something like, oh, we have people who have talent and then we have people who chase the talent to try to explain it. No, not at all. Mark, genius level pianist, teenager, had a symphony played by the Philadelphia Orchestra. Mark knows his theory. You better believe he knows his theory. Naming an idea is useful because you can have it later. Right? So it doesn't break down so easily. See what I'm saying? Baji has actually quite a lot of ability to articulate lyrical ideas. If you've ever heard her talk about her lyricism, she can tell you very, very articulately and intelligently, much better than I can, right? And she writes boss lyrics, right? She doesn't necessarily vibe that, though she might, but she thinks about it and uses English to describe it, which makes sense, right? When the lyrics are written in English. So she has the capacity to do it. The difference is that when does the need arise for it? If the need doesn't arise because someone can do so much, if they can do so much already, then the need doesn't arise to name an idea. Baji's doing a lot of these harmonies on a tune with 4 chords. And the 4 chords repeat themselves. Okay? Do we really need to go back and name what we're doing, or can we just play over 4 chords and figure it out as we go? The latter is true. You can't do the same thing for Debussy. Right? Or maybe you could, but it would take a lot longer. Here's a good parallel. How many times has it been useful for you to read something from a class, maybe notes, maybe go back to a book? How much harder would your life be if you were illiterate in English? The answer is harder. It's easier to be literate. Could I learn a character by learning all of their lines through audio? Yes. How possible is that with Shakespeare, where commas matter, where periods matter, where the rhythm matters? Possible? Yes. But eventually, it's likely easier for me to just learn to read. Right? So Baji's, like, when it comes to lyricism, she found utility in picking up an idea or two and can express that where it's useful. I do know some acting theory because when I had a need for a tool, I picked it up. I don't know improv theory, but you better believe there are things that I wish I could do better where I would go pick up a book and I would read it. But I haven't done that. I haven't needed to for a lot of what it is that I do. So people are very complicated. And when you're an artist and you're trying to express yourself as a person, it does not break down neatly. I hope that makes sense. Totally not a Baji fan. I think it's really important to address the a lot of the rhetoric and narrative around people like Baji. And I've wanted to do this for a very long time. I've wanted to do it with Mariah fans. I've wanted to do it with some gospel singers. The problem is that you guys who like Baji will actually listen to these ideas and will not get literally like triggered if I say there's more here than just talent as an explanation. Talent is a shorthand, and you don't have to think about any of this.
but you guys seem to want to. And it's really rewarding to use Baji as a focal point for this concept, which is really what I do with React content. I don't really care who I'm talking about because I care about the idea and the communication of the idea. And as long as the artist is a good platform or it's a good focal point for the idea, I like that. So there's a lot for you guys who are big fans of Baji. There's a lot to talk about because she can also do quite a bit, right? Why we get triggered? Some people go crazy, man. You would be amazed. You'd be amazed. I've gotten hate mail. I've gotten people who just hate my guts and attack me and make it an issue just because I offered an explanation about a thing. It's crazy. It's weird. Yeah, Karen. I imagine talent is something that can be a mixture of intuition and passion. Every artist has their own story of that mixture, right? We come up with language to be able to describe and discuss an idea. Yeah, utility. It's a big, I think, thing. Yeah, and yeah, it's happened, by the way, with Mouse. I've had Mouse fans come to this channel and get mad when I start talking about singing technique. Yeah, so people get unhinged. So Baji is an opportunity for me to talk about ideas that people don't like to talk about when it's like their favorite artist for some reason. But you guys are so curious that it works. So it's like I've been starved for an opportunity to discuss a lot of these ideas that I've thought a lot about. I've thought a lot about this. Because I was like, why am I not as good as I want to be? What's in the way? Why am I good at some other things and not this thing that I want to be good at, right? True, Matt, but for some artists like market themselves as like the artsy talent, and I just feel feelings to art, my art. And those, like, there's almost always a little bit of that in the marketing for more established artists, but yeah. Yeah, but I guess yes, but then it goes deeper into that, right? Like, what's good practice? Why does someone practice that way? How does someone find that way of practicing which is better earlier than another person? These are all things I've thought a lot about, and I've read quite a lot of material on. So it's yeah. Those wouldn't be true Mouse fans. I don't know about that. I think it's they don't want to think about it because for them it ruins the novelty or whatever, and that's fine. But you can also just not watch my videos. I think, there's that element of it too. It's okay to not like things. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it kind of thing. That little jingle. And yeah, when you're big enough, eventually it'll happen. What do I think of Mariah Carey's body of work? I think Mariah Carey is one of the, I shouldn't say best. I think her capacity as a recording artist is endlessly fascinating. Obviously, Mariah's vocal technique at a certain point was miraculous, but as a recording artist, Mariah Carey is someone who, I get chills thinking about some of her vocal overdubs. I think Mariah Carey is a force as a creative, and I don't think that gets discussed anywhere near enough. I think everyone focuses on the crazy shit she could do with her voice, and then it's like, oh, she can't do it anymore. She's just not the same. No, her body work is incredible. If I had better chops in that direction as an audio person and as a musician, I would talk about Mariah Carey through that lens and almost that lens only, because I think there's so much depth there. Yeah. Anything that isn't direct praise is an attack. Yeah, that definitely exists. Yeah. Yeah, Orangito, yeah, for sure. Sorry, you reminded me about people, yeah. Some people have to copy pasta explanations of some idol figures for every single reaction video. Yeah, it drives me a little nuts. I really like to think about the artists.
really enjoy listening to the depth, analytic, and thinking out loud. Yeah, I like logic. You know what I mean? And it's like I care about this a lot, and I want to get better at it. So I like logical consistency. Yeah, it's tough though. Did I see Mafra? I haven't yet. I've been hesitant to look at Mafra. It's come up. The reason being is because I know that it's obviously she sang it, but like the videos are lip synced for the sake of performance, and covering that is and talking about that, which I would want to do. It kind of does invite attacks because people are like, because then it like ruins the image for people, and that can be like they can hate that, and that sort of invites a lot of negativity, even though it's completely fine. You know, I do that. Everyone kind of does it. You want your video production to be the best it can be. You want your audio production to be the best it can be. So you focus on them in isolation and put them together later. It's fine. But anyway, study music theory and really love music, and even use some of the ideas from it. Sometimes I think sometimes theory can get in the way of me getting the sound I want. In which case, yeah, then it doesn't have the utility you want. Yeah, that's a problem for sure. I think theory that's one of the reasons why having a lot of different theories is nice, because finding a theory is good. It's not like that's the reason why like universal theories don't tend to work out. And anyone preaching a universal theory, it's like a screwdriver, right? You have a screw, use a screwdriver, not a hammer. You have a nail, you want a hammer. Different theories, for example, Naughty Boulanger and her theories on counterpoint, I find a lot more useful for me as a singer than like Germanic, like kind of more like vertical chord ways of thinking. But yeah. Speaking about Logeru like an act, I remembered that she explained like 2 months ago, is for her, Logeru explained what she is for Baji. I don't know if you know about that. Maybe we'll find the link. That would be interesting. Be interesting. Yeah, Moffer's singing, there's a lot to like, for sure. I try to get logical reasons for a lot of stuff as well as I do probably problems. I think it helps me focus. It's like a coping skill for ADHD for me. Helps me focus to have a lot of these different ideas, because like I gotta work for a long period of time on a thing. I have ADHD, my focus is not great, but I can stay focused if I find a lot of things interesting about a single thing that's happening. I think it's a coping skill, and that's why I'm prone to it. Yeah, the Discord is the best bet. Why is it doing this? Why is it? What is going on? Is it the power? I don't know. Anyway. All right. What was I going on about? Anyway. Content creators are just humans. We're not built to handle interactions with thousands of people. Yeah, that one I don't have a theory for, or an explanation, or even a hope of chancing defiance through skill improvement. Yeah, I like to taking a med, yes. Vyvanse. Video recommendations, Saiba, is the way to do it.
And then I think it's time for you to add the unnecessary hire.
Death will never write my name. Burn it down, burn it down. They say the memory of me is fading. I've heard it all before. Don't tell me everyone around is waiting. And the answer.
There we go. I love me some dissonance. Dissonance is the notes clashing like that. Yeah, like that. That's a lovely chord too. This is another thing that I really like too. So like when you're tuning, this is something I need to practice with my own when I want to start doing some Bach chorales. When you're tuning like a piano, this third is actually a little flat because every half step on a piano is even. Do, mi. Like if I tune it just like ever so slightly sharper, I get this like nice sonorous, like it's almost like it locks in. And it doesn't sound as like crunchy. It like locks in. And you see this from like string players and choir and stuff like that. One of the reasons why choir singing, a lot of people like straight tone choir singing is 'cause you can get that and you can just lock in. And there's this sonorous like phenomena that happens. It's almost addicting. So listen for when it happens. Because that's not like a theory, music theory thing. That's more of like acoustics and physics. Like that ooh. Kind of goes in and out of locking in because we're talking like cents. We're talking really tight tuning. It'll pop out when it happens. When it locks in, you're like, whoa, that's a different thing. Right here. Hey, there we go. Hear it? Yeah, equal temperament versus... There we go. Yeah. What? There we go. When it happens, it's like, oh yeah, buddy. Little treat. Nice. Oh yeah.
In dark we change, as smoke returns to rain, navigating sunken depths and all of its debris. No more hands upon my words, they only speak for me. So try to silence thunder and that pulls you down and under. Every day you'll stand with me on like a child of shallow sea. I'll shed sail winds of jealousy. Listen,
Yeah, that's what we call dope. Love both of you guys. Now, listening to the rendition of Phantom of the Opera between Bajru and myself has effectively ruined the original for me. That's quite the statement. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I think the original is pretty darn good. Thank you for that. Yeah.
for all of the fun that like the crashing out can be, and like it is fun. I like yelling into the internet how awesome some of my favorite musicians are. But I wanted to discuss talent as an idea, because oftentimes it is reductive. And one of the things that Baji told me herself, this conversation is available on YouTube. It's marked as like the video where she teaches me how to rap. And at the end of this conversation, we have a discussion about the word talent, the idea behind talent, and in particular, the idea behind pitting artists against one another. And I've been getting folks who are like coming into my streams or on my videos and trying to put me against her. A kind of a misframing of the crash out. So just, to clear the air, like, it ain't my first time meeting people who are extraordinary at a thing. It's just not. So I don't have a problem with Bajru having an extraordinary skill set. And I'm going to be working with her. I'm going to be singing on a track with her, written by one of my favorite composers, Starlight Darrell. And the way that I approach working with Baji is not to think in terms of talent, not to think in terms of what I can do versus what she can do. Because when we frame something and understanding through comparing it to another thing, we're actually not looking at the thing, right? So if here's the piece of music that we're working on, I'm much better off looking at the piece of music and respecting and listening to Baji's artistic decision-making and what it is that she's trying to do. And then looking at what I'm doing as an artist and what I want to do as an artist and what's important to me. And the nice thing about working with someone like Baji, who has a lot of skill sets, and same with me, for an opera singer, I have a pretty diverse set of skills, is that I can start picking tools and we can start mixing and matching and taking ingredients and different ideas within our skill sets. And in doing that, work together. Baji, as an artist, has a tremendous amount of versatility. She has a lot of tools. It's one of the reasons I love working with her on music. I have not had this much fun working on music in a very, very long time. It is unfathomably gratifying. It's hard to communicate. And absolutely none of that comes from comparing myself to her. It has no utility. There's a better way to frame it. It's more descriptive. It's more useful. And what I'm hoping in doing with this video is that by talking about it and outlining how I think about talent and skill and artistry, that not only will you find some utility in the idea, but you'll also find an opportunity to familiarize yourself with Bajru and find more value in her work by understanding her work, instead of just saying and increasing the value of her work by diminishing another person's work. Which, by the way, she doesn't like, and most artists don't. Right? Adopting the way that I think about it, which I've thought a lot about because this is what I do, right? I'm not guilting anybody for having like a shorthand to discuss their appreciation, but I challenge everybody to expand their appreciation and to make that a continuous project throughout life, and to not be done with it, and just to expand your understanding because that will actually get you a bigger high. Take my word for it. You don't have to take my word for it. Eventually, you'll figure it out. But like that's when the love really kicks in, right? If you think about it this way, you can spend a significant portion of your life thinking about the perfect partner romantically, right? You can do that, but you won't spend all your life doing it. You got to live your life. So instead of thinking to yourself, what would be the perfect partner? You can meet somebody who's lived their entire life to become a person that is such richness and depth that you could never possibly conceive of. You could not imagine a person more appropriate. And the ideal is that living with that person every day, you learn something new about them that brings you closer to that person. You can do the same for somebody's work. You can fall in love with somebody's work. I have fallen in love with Starlight Daryl's work, but love is an active verb. I have to learn more about Starlight Daryl. Oh no. Right? But the more I'm willing to learn, the more I'm willing to look at, the deeper I'm willing to go, the better it gets. I have to learn, because I'm working with Bajru, I have to learn more about Bajru. That's why we've done a lot of videos on this channel about Baji. And why we're going to do a lot of videos on this channel about Daryl. To work with them at my best, I have to fall in love with their work, which is not the same as the person, right? But I have to fall in love. I have to be very curious. And holy, do they make it easy. They make it so easy. Leon, people pit people against each other as I think as a bit of a shorthand of understanding. It's quicker. It's not as thorough, but it's quicker. It's easier. It just runs out of headroom, right? Love is an everyday practice. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, thanks, Saploid. Yeah, Mono, basically, yeah. I wanted to do it that way. Because I think that, like, the crash outs are funny, but, like, it's getting to a point where people are... This channel has to prioritize education. Has to on principle. We can do memes. And we will. We love our memes. But I was thinking about, like, how do I market this collaboration without dipping into cheap things like you know, like the shipping thing that Baji and Daryl were kind of like playing around with. That's a bit, man. They don't know each other. They know they don't know each other. It's a bit. It's a fun thing to do. But people take that bit and they do it and they make it weird. And I was talking to them about that. And I thought to myself, well, that's what I'm doing. This whole crash out and this idea about talent and rules and all that stuff. And that's fine and it's funny. But what else am I going to do about it that's a little bit more real and sincere? Right? So I've been thinking about this quite a bit. And yeah. Because I don't want to practice and be like, yeah, people get carried away with it real quick with the shipping thing. I've seen it, you know. It's not good. These are my friends. These are people. Their professional and personal lives are affected. One of the reasons I got them together in a chat with me in it, like real quick, when I saw that, I was like, you guys need to define your friendship before the internet does. That's important. Yeah. So it's like, I understand you're anxious. I'm sorry to to do a push. But you guys got to define your friendship before the internet does. Yeah. The shipping thing can be funny, right? But then it can become unfunny. Like it happens like that. It happens real fast. Yeah. Yeah, Bob Jones. Yeah, I kind of cooked with that closing sentiment. I just want to say, I kind of sound real fucking smart. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was pretty good. Anyway, and funny until it's not. Yep, absolutely, Reverend. Yeah. Can we get more Addo? Not today. We got a lot to do. We got a lot to do. I got to pee again because that caffeine hit me like crazy. Club Baby's going. Side quests take time. It's becoming not a side quest. I mean, this collaboration is major investment financially, time, and emotionally that may not pay off, which is okay because artistically it's already paying off as far as I'm concerned. But from a business point of view, like I pay people now, they rely on me. I gotta do something with this. So I gotta think about this. Anyway, I gotta pee real bad. "16 in mono. I know what you did. You gave the Oshi an MP3, you fiend!
Well.
Nefarious, unforgivable. I will not have it. The Oshi's honor must be defended from the likes of thee. And I know just the fool to take you on, calling Terrence. I channel energy, emotion. Chat looks for the current, I get under the ocean. My streams diverse, in my flow you only channel one thing. Monotone is what they should call you. So flat, make it look sharper than I do. Didn't really want to have to diss you, but I do. Stop, unless you want to get sharp like a right shoe. Now, I'm not the type who wants to be mean, but mono I'll throw down like a sweet 16. Voice real high when I make you scream. Take my notes if you ever want to hit them clean. Word to your mother. I know what they say about the ego. Can't take the tear, take the tenor of my flow. Brought the heat since the bomb, yeah we know. Take the beat down beats hitting like you have me saying. Going super in the chat, on the track, going fast, never last, going Goku. I don't know what you heard, see you tweeting like a bird. I don't understand a word, gotta go cool. I'm classic, can't pass it. More balls than DBZ, my flow exudes aura, vitality. I guess thanks for the mochi. That means energy. It's called a pun. I'm a punny guy. And if you want to step, don't trip. Want a seat at my table, don't flip. Like an off-brand jacket, you don't seem to zip. I'm gonna stand for the Oshi. And if you want to step, don't trip. Want a seat at my table, don't flip. Like an off-brand jacket, you don't seem to zip. I'm gonna stand for the Oshi. Sit.
Good job, buddy.
There we go. Oh. Yeah, Matt. One of the reasons I felt it was important to do this, and take this approach with the Baji video, is for the marketing campaign that I'm thinking about, like in terms of like the arc of the content of how I'm going to work with Daryl and Baji and how I'm going to give them the best experience as well and make it work and do it ethically is, and this is something that I've been thinking about ever since kind of Riku pointed out something in my initial storyboarding concept for the Music Box of Fate Duet that I thought was astute, which makes sense. The dude's really thoughtful. being British and all that. Has nothing to do with anything, but anyway. I agree, Matt. It's safer, but also I want people to be able to have fun. And I don't want to be... I'll be the killjoy immediately if Daryl and Baji want me to. But they do the bit. It's not for me to kill, right? If they want my help murdering that bit, I'll be a bulldog right away. But also they're adults. And they have their own brands, and they have their own decision. What is going on outside? That is a wild sound. Sorry, let me give the roll off back, because that's crazy. Is that it? There we go. That's rumbly as hell, yeah. I don't know what's going on outside, but I just added the low roll off back. Alright. Yeah, Matt. Well, I talked to them about it. I was like, is it a bit? What's going on? Yeah, it's there's some big truck outside or something. Like, it's big. So yeah, so that was my angle for Baji, was to because if I do Bach chorales, which is like my playful way of working on harmony, you know, but I'm in a weird position, actually. I've never had this before, and it's so interesting that I didn't even think about this, that I'm so wired to think about, oh, how do I frame what I'm doing through another artist's work, has been the natural habit. People watch me sing for me now, so I don't have to do that. It's a weird thing. But yeah, like there's got to be a narrative somehow of that people are invested in between the three of us. Like, what do people care about? And at the end of the day, I think people care about the work. People care about Baji's singing. People care about Daryl's compositions. People care about... I need to start giving myself credit, and actually, because that's actually... I'm discrediting myself to the point where I'm not respecting what it is that you all value about what I do. That's a problem for me as a professional and in making these decisions. That's a bit of an issue. Anyway. So these are my thoughts on the matter. But I'm thinking a lot about this. How am I going to do this well? Yes, Matt. Fun. Daryl had some good ideas on that. There's a platform that we can use to jam, her and I. Yeah. Check out the changes Zephyro begin with. Where's that at? Katie? Oh, the spectrogram? Oh. Well, I'll get to it in a bit. That's going to take a different frame of mind for me. But I will absolutely look at that. Yeah. Interactions are fun. Okay. That helps a lot. I think I can simplify it then. Thanks, Jester. Yeah. I think I was getting a little too deep and gimmicky. I've been distracted. Yeah, we can just have fun. Crazy concept. So this is why I bring it up. I told Daryl and Baji I would make a Google Doc for them with a bunch of content ideas. But the ideas have to be based on you know, there has to be kind of a through line to the content, right? Like, what is the emotional value of this piece of music that I have no idea? It's not written yet, right? So what do I bring out of it? And the only thing is, you know, the story of the people. So it's the story between the three of us. So, should I say the story of Ladaba? We need a name, right? Ladaba, right? Maybe we should workshop the name a little bit. What are we called as a trio? Ladaba. Yeah, Vals. Yeah, ideas from the audience. Yeah. I wish I'd chat up. I wish it were working. Yeah. Why did that take me so long to get? I mean, that might be the sign that Ladaba might not be the best name. The community, your content, the streams, the vibes. Love it all so much in between jobs right now, and the stream's the only thing. The reason I'm not constantly stressed out to the point of vomiting, panic. I feel that in Tabloid. I've been there, man. Quite often, actually. Yeah. By Visceral. Lasageral? Starlight Lasageru. That kind of plays on the meme. SSI. So let's get a couple of things going. And we'll vote on it. Lasageru. Ooh, yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. The not just anime girls might be interesting. Because it's kind of a play on the fact that I'm in there as well. Hey, Cyanide. Cyanide Cyclops, by the way, is a streamer, friend of mine. One of my oldest mods in terms of how long Cyanide has been a mod and how long Cyanide has been a viewer. So, yeah, Cyanide's dope. The Sage, the Sea, and the Stars. That sounds like an album name, but that's dope. Don't do this. Oops, too late, Cyanide. Yeah. Thanks, Carl. I like the shirt. Not just anime girls is funny. I like that a lot too. It's been almost a decade, yeah. Basically, when I started posting on Instagram, like 8-ish years ago. Yeah. You found me early, man. Not just anime girls is funny. Okay. So that's like the naming the trio. Ooh. Oh, someone did the poll. Nice. Thank you. So not just anime girls. All right. Let me take a picture of this poll. Thank you, Katie. All right. It's a great group name. I've been wanting to do more with this meme. It is the most powerful meme. Totally missed the poll. Can we run it again with the top 3 there?
Thank you. Two and a half anime girls. That'd be funny. I think also there's the other thing too is like, you know, the plays on Anime Girl, not just Anime Girl, can be something we do as well. Is there one on YouTube? No. We should do one on YouTube. I can launch that one. Start a poll. Because I think, like, as far as the all right, I'll start the YouTube one as well. We're coming up with a name for the trio, Reinhardt, is what we're doing. 2.5 Anime Girls, I don't like as a name, but I like it as a meme that plays off of the name. Like, I think Not Just Anime Girls is like the biggest meme that I have right now. It's the biggest thing. But we can play with that, like 2.5 Anime Girls, right? Like we can riff off of the meme. All right, have a good one, Carl. So Matt, that's fair. At the same time, we don't know if we will work together after this. We don't. You know, this is expensive. I have to pay Daryl. I have to pay Saber. It's very expensive. People have funded it so far. But this is the other thing I was thinking about. Like, I can't burn out my community by asking people for money into perpetuity at a level of high frequency. There's only so much people have. So I need, and this is just the business talk right now, right? And this is something, this is actually the Monocork, this is the video I was going to make you. Was this, and been trying to think of how to succinctly put this. I have an audience right now. Churn is a thing. Okay? What I do, and what I think you have to do in any creative space when you're making a business decision, you have to start from what do you want to do as an artist. You have to start there. You have to. And hope that you're versatile enough in both what you want to do and what you can do to find legitimate business options. So you navigate what you can do, what you want to do, which luckily for me, I can do a couple things. Then you think about those as business options. What I have to think about, as I've gone viral a few times, Cyanide can attest to this. I've had growth and shrink, and I've seen it with other creators. Communities have churn. If I don't get a new audience on the regular, oh, thank you. Thank you for the bits, Cyanide. If I don't get a new audience on the regular, I have a problem. So we don't know if this is going to be worthwhile to do again. It'll be fun, but a big investment? I don't know. Right? But what I like about what you guys said, and here's this cyclical thing of like, what's the artist, what's the art, then what's the business, right? And this is something I talked about with Baji, or said with Baji. The art, thank God I have a community, because it's so much easier to give a fuck about what you guys like for me. That you guys say, like, I want you to have fun with it. Well, me too. Right? That's awesome. Okay, so let me think about that. How am I going to do this as a content strategy? Well, that's easy now. What's fun? Right? And I have validation straight from you guys, right? So business is cool.
Like there's useful ideas, and one has to tick those boxes. Because again, I can't do whatever I want. I gotta pay people. But it's funny I say I can't do whatever I want, but then we are so aligned that I end up getting to do whatever I want. That shouldn't be how this works, right? I should have to compromise at some point, but I'm not having. Like I don't know. I can't explain it, but I'm not going to argue with it. Anyway, no, we don't do just anime girls. No, that's not the meme. It's not just anime girls. That's the meme. This also explains my addition to it. Yeah, not just anime girls. All right. Yeah, Chris, you burn yourself out and you can't work as hard, so you lose competition on sheer output as well. I'm glad I'm glad you enjoyed seeing behind the scenes with Saber. You need to suffer. Oops, I'm having too good time. Standing desk, your compromise is standing desk. It was a compromise until I objectively had more freedom singing that way. Undoing the mess that is my setup is a bit of an ordeal, but it's worth it. Yeah, Jester. So especially in the VTuber space where everybody loves to do secrets, everybody loves to keep things behind the scenes. Why? Also, this is an educational channel. Seeing how the sausage is made is the point. But that you guys, it is a differentiator, right? And that's a business concept. What's your market differentiator? I show people everything. That's content. It's advantageous from several perspectives. From a content marketing point of view, it's advantageous for content. From a brand differentiation point, it's advantageous, right? And it's fun. I want to do it. I like doing it. Yeah. So it's like, this is so serendipitous, guys. I can't even begin to express, right? Like I'm trying to I'd love to attack my own ideas, right? This is one of the reasons I'm like hyper cognizant. I like to talk to you guys about what I'm doing because I'm trying to attack my own ideas. Is this collaboration indulgent? Is something I ask a lot of myself. And I keep finding more and more justifications to do it. I'll have to see what it is at the end of the road, but like, man, like it's getting good. This is, this community and you guys and I, we get along. This is new to me. Very new. Yeah. Maybe Velser. There's a couple of reasons to keep things low-key. Even if it is indulgent, does it make it bad? No, not at all. Like I said, you got to start from an indulgent place. You have to in the arts, because man, people can tell. People can tell if you're not invested in what you're making. You're against people who are, and in the creative spaces, especially in this space. Oh my God, there's so many there's just killers, man. Animators. The mixing talent, the singing talent, everyone's just so fucking in it. If you're not giving it everything, you don't stand, you just, the quality that of the end result. Now, of course, it's a little subjective, but like people can tell, you know? So you have to love it. You have to be in it, you know? So you have to start from there. Another reason for people to tune in, creating stuff with others in the Oshi is a good one. Just needs to be cheaper, and it can be. Daryl had some ideas on that. Being a genuine person interested in music is a draw in itself. Like, yeah. And I have to protect that, right? Can I just about BTS? We've not reached the bottom of the rabbit hole. There are content creators who show making covers, originals on stream. Sure. But it's not normal. It's not the norm. Yeah, exactly. Why not both? Yeah. You need to have fun with something you're doing or to make your. You need to have investment emotionally.
whether that be fun or whatever is I think for what I've put out there, and to be consistent with what I've put out there, I think fun should dictate it. It's also a good hedge for my tendency to get intense. Yeah. Profit of $0 or very minimal loss isn't a bad thing if something wonderful is created. Movie investors forget this. Yeah. So yeah. And you can even justify that with a business logic and say brand, right? Like you can think of this as like brand awareness, right? Oh, I made something big, right? And this could lead to like there's so many ways to, but like you just got to think about this stuff because again, I pay people's bills. This isn't just me anymore. I have to be responsible, but I also have to be honest with myself. Like I said, it just ends up working out crazy coincidentally again and again and again and again. Wild. You can use losses on your taxes, yes, but eventually I have to make a gain, right? And I am. It's not that big a deal. But I just have to think about it, is all. You know? It's not like life or death, I just have to think about it. Is that they really want more from their Oshi stride or whatever, so they rarely shy away from paying a lot for it. Noticeable, yeah, but I still don't want to burn out an audience. Yeah, you can collaborate with games, but like, I don't like that as much. That's a decision. I've thought about that. But like, God, okay, yeah, I could play a game with Daryl, or she could play piano for me and I could sing. Oh my God. I'm sorry, what was the thing I said before I said I could sing with Daryl? I forget, because it kicks so much more ass to sing with Daryl, right? Yeah. It's just not even a contest. Yeah. Really passionately about singing. I've been interested in music all my life, but could never really understand what other people talked about with techniques. So that someone who doesn't really know anything can understand. Thank you, Cassius. It's something I've worked really hard on. I appreciate that. But let me bring out. But for the huge projects. Yeah. Let me bring up what Daryl brought up real quick. Farplay.io. So this is the thing. This is the thing that Daryl showed me. This allows us to kind of like do shit online together. So let me put this in. Let me just download this actually right now. Sophisticated latency? I don't know. It is less than a gig in the executable, which makes me think, yeah. Yeah, a karaoke stream. with Daryl is exactly what I was thinking about. Yeah, a long time ago, doing a big Rust collab is that there's a DJ streamer who'd make up beats, little goofy songs. Yeah, you can make it relevant to the thing. I think luckily, also the other thing is that Saber has undercharged, to be frank. The amount of work he did, the pay, I don't think was fair. So to do like karaoke stuff and to have like a mixing template, which he and I discussed, that I can mix, because I kind of know what I'm doing a little bit. Doing it that way and just like releasing stuff for like karaoke and having that content just so y'all have music to listen to and have a good time with, or like doing the thing where I take a track like Ash Again from Baji and then I do the overdubs and I mix it with that template, that would work. So we'd have more music without these big expensive swings. So you're good, Oranjito. It's more that like I'd have to think about the idea. This is something that if you could go into the Discord and propose this idea, that would be more helpful for me, because I have to think about it, because then it's like something I haven't thought a lot about. But yeah, VR. So that's exactly what this is. That's exactly what Farlight is. Let me put this in the Google Doc. I think doing that might also be Google Docs are scary. I don't know. A specialized in voice, you can express appreciation in other fields while it speaks to me as a trumpet player. Yeah, I try to think of different ways to yeah, fun and knowledge. Yeah. Let me look at like honestly, like she wanted to do Song of Moon. So let me look at Baji's karaoke list right now. She has it up on her thing. Which is really useful for this. And then that doesn't have to, so one of the biggest things I wanted to make sure of is that because I got to respect the risk that this entails, like I cannot just ask Baji, right, you know, like as the singers, we're not really getting paid, guaranteed, right? That's kind of, it's a little usual about how these things go. That's why I've donated a little bit to Baji, because she's doing work. You know, I gave her give her enough for the Sennheiser 598s. But this has got to be worth it for them too. And on top of that, it can't impede. It's got to like line up with what they do already, right? Daryl composes on stream, easy. But this, like doing Farlight and doing karaoke streams together, that's up Baji's alley. That makes it easy, right?
Community game nights were fun. Yeah, Matt, exactly. Yeah, and it's a common thing. It's already verified in the space. People like the karaoke streams, right? Like, yeah, D&D would be a lot of fun. That's a difficult thing to coordinate, but that would be a lot of fun. Also, like, whole new world. She has a whole new world. Boom. I'm literally just going through Baji's stuff right now. Let me put this on stream in a more careful way. It is very difficult to do D&D, but Google Docs are a meme in the VTuber because they are used whenever there is drama along Google Docs screenshots. Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. All right. Saber and I are also going to have a discussion about what's more fair for his time. Tuesday. I just asked him about that, see if he wanted to do that. Because, yeah, his pricing was very generous. Very generous. So we got to figure out, this can solve a lot of problems. This karaoke approach. Yeah. I mean, community engagement is always nice. I mean, we did the kind of the joint playlist. And then there's ideas, for example, so I'm going through Baji's list of what she can do now, but she also does a lot of, like I want to do Starlight Fantasia. Someone came up with the idea, they were like, what if Baji did harmonies for Starlight Fantasia and just did like playful overdubs for it, right? That was someone's idea. Well, if we're doing, that was you? Okay, Scoop, it's a good idea. Now it works. Before I was like, I want to be careful about it not being worth Baji's time. Okay? But let's be real. I think Baji might be a lot more comfortable making music with Daryl than she would be talking to Daryl. So, like, in terms of like getting them to work together, I got to get them comfortable. Oh, why not just make music together, right? It can solve that problem. Yeah. And Daryl might have mentioned on the stream, but this is sounding smart. And listen, I didn't want to say this, but sages might also be tenors. Because that's the level of brilliance we're bringing to this game. Okay? Some people, mediocre. No, not us. Not the sages. No. Too much chutzpah in the tenor energy for us. That's right. Daryl did mention it? Okay. False. Listen, don't trust whatever Terrence says, okay? Right? Don't trust it. Yeah, Starlight Fantasia Part 4 is so good, JS. It's so good, JSDS. It's so good, JSDS. Let me tell you how good it is. It's so good. Oh, you are not ready for these notes. These notes will punch you in your kidneys and just steal it right from you, and you will be happy. You will absolutely want to have your kidney just grabbed from your abdomen. Yeah. Worth. No, it's not out. I got early access. And it's so good. I'm so sorry, JSDS, but it's so good. I'm going to try to stop hugging it, but like, guys, you don't even know. I'm so sorry. Let me tell you. Let me show you. I'll show you some of the shit that I said Daryl in response to it. Some of the voice clips, because it's a good time. One of the ways that I made Baji feel a little bit more comfortable at having a group chat, I was like, look, we need a group chat because I've lost a couple things that are really important for Daryl because I like to scream at Daryl about how awesome she is for maybe about roughly 2 pages. And I do this maybe twice a week. This time it was a little more because I had something to drink. Yeah, weird.
This is so stunning. Listen. Woo! Oh God, it's so good, Daryl. Good job, Jesus.
I'm not slurring my words. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm so sorry that I'm sending you all the fucking mess. Daryl, I said Daryl guitar playing. It's so fuck. You're champion. A champion, Daryl. Oh, this is so metal. It's so good. Holy shit balls. Oh, yeah. Oh, the notes are so good. You're so good. Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't drink often, so when I do, and I tried to play it cool because I said her like I was listening to it after like a hard day, you know, and some booze in the hall. I was typing up a storm, like complete lack of inhibition. And after I was done with it, I was like, and like I showed up a little bit. I was like, so you don't have to read all that, you know. You don't have to. That was just, you know, I just did it for me. And she's like, no, I'm absolutely reading it. This is hilarious, Michael. Thank God. Yeah, I sent Bajru 1. I had more restraint. It's like, you know, I don't know her as well, and you know, I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, I care a lot about Bajru's comfort. Like it's a big thing to think about. But so I try not to overwhelm her because I certainly can be. Anyway, yeah. So I sent Daryl a lot of drunk shit. This one I did sober.
Restart? Does his surgeon
She was suggesting that I could get the free tier of that latency app, whatever it was, Farlight. And I can get the free tier, and we can just restart the thing. And I was like, restart your notes, Daryl. Restart your notes.
restart when removing cancer? Okay. Does a general just restart the battle? No. No, when shit matters, Daryl. Restart. Restarting your notes? I could never do such a thing. Oh, no. No. We don't restart the notes of the ocean, Daryl. This blasphemy. I will not have it. I rebuke thee.
Yeah, I'm working on the bit. I told her I was like, I'm working on this bit. I'm like, you know, I need some bits. I need some funny things to discuss when I talk about us working together, all three of us. Yeah, I am thinking a little bit in arcs, in story arcs, the name, but you know, they got to be genuine, right? Because otherwise they're not as good and they're not as believable, and then it's a pain in the ass, and then you have to maintain a lie, and maintaining a lie is work, and I stream for like 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, right? So I'm not going to do that to myself. So we're like, what's going on that's genuine, right? Yeah, and you guys can tell. You guys can tell, like, the more socially aware an audience is, the better their bullshit detector. And I like having you know, adults who can like behave themselves for an audience. So I best not be full of shit. And I've learned this lesson the hard way. Yeah. So I got to be honest with it. I want to produce a song for Vakta. I just got it released on YouTube yesterday. Really good if you're interested. Probably not today, but definitely interested. Yeah. Yes, Matt. That's my general policy in life. Lies need to be maintained. It's exhausting. I have shit to do. Yeah. And there are consequences for it. And I don't like the consequences either. There's a lot of reasons to just do this in as honest a way as I can. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to talk with you all about it. I've been doing a lot of thinking on this and having y'all's feedback. And again, this is what's crazy. It's like, oh, I thought I'd have to like make adjustments or that I had some bad ideas. And y'all are just like, no, that makes sense. No, I'd like that. I'd watch the shit out of that. I'm like, this isn't real. This is a dream. No one vibes with their audience this much. That's not possible. What's that meme? It's not possible. Oh yeah, the Star Wars. It's impossible. And the Luke Skywalker meme. Let's is hungry. Yeah. 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 Unfortunately, good liars mix in a bit of truth. Yeah. Annoying, but you can catch them on logical consistency through enough interactions. I've had to deal with a narcissist. Anyway, yeah, but like again, just more honesty is the solution for that, right? Inconceivable. Yeah. You'll be a VTuber giving voice lessons. Just let us cook. Yeah. Reinhardt is really close for the model being done too, which is dope. Yeah. Self lies too. That's another thing. Jeez, yeah. Yeah. No, Serix is we've been surprised by a lot of the success of a lot of like the more storytelling content. Because I've never had that before, where people are like actually invested in me. It's a new thing. I would say that I was surprised by the CPMs of the Baji videos. They're lower than the average VTube CPMs, but like I don't really care. I don't really look at that as much because AdSense is not a major thing anyway. It's something, but yeah, everything's been amazing. We deal with uncertainty in that regard through quantity. That's how I deal with it from my business perspective. I post a fuck ton, so it doesn't matter. But like something like this collaboration, now this is high effort, but you guys kind of just gave me the trick. I just said it, right? We deal with risk through quantity. If we do karaoke stuff together and Saber gives me a template for mixing to keep his compensation higher and his time commitment lower, to be fair to him, because he's been underpricing himself, to be honest, to be quite frank. Okay, I just solved a bunch of problems with a simple thing, and that's just karaoke streams with two fucking awesome people. We have a lot of content from that, so that it solves the problem of it solves a lot of problems, right? Right? What does it solve? Let's bring this into a notepad, so that way I don't like dox myself or something. This solves a shit ton of problems. Yeah.
What's up? Not much, Jack. We're talking about not just anime girls, the trio for Daryl, Bajru, and myself. At this rate, I'll have a model before Mouse sees the reaction. Yeah. But like, can we blame her? Like, you know, Mouse is raising for money for an organization that saves lives. You know, comparably to importance. It's, you know, the problem one. Daryl and Baji, who have social anxiety. Both are open about this. Not news. All right. Okay. Big investments into one track is a risk financially. 3. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to come on me, come on this journey with me to talk about like the business of this space. Because I think like one of the things that I want this channel to be is I want this channel to be something that's useful for everybody, especially people who are aspiring to be artists. A lot of people don't like to talk about the business because they feel like it sullies the art, but the business decisions make the art possible. So how do you have that combination? This is something I've struggled with for a long time. I feel like I've gotten better at it. So that you guys let me talk about this on stream so that I can keep the theme of the channel of this is my journey in this space as a musician. Here is how the sausage is made. This allows people that you guys will watch this, allows for other artists to see this shit, which is nice. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, hello, dude. Yeah. And it's things like this, right? It's because it's again, it's like, it's not just making the art possible, it's making it a good experience and a good time and worth people's time. Saber's a professional, Dare's a professional, Baju's a professional. How are we going to make it worth their time? That's it. Period. I did, Reinhardt. But the problem is that, and I've been feeling this too. Taking a week on a diss track, that sounds like it's not a lot of time. And it's not. But like, it's a big to-do. Worth it because I knew Michi would play it in front of 4,000 people. Okay, that's worth it, right? I can pay Saber for that, but I still underpaid him. You know? That's not fair. So I got to do something different, you know? She did play it, and yeah, and it was worthwhile for that. And Saber's name was on it, and I did end up paying him. Initially, he agreed to do it for free because he knew Michi was going to play it, and I said, this is getting a little crazy. I'm paying you. And he appreciated that, but it's still underpaid on principle. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I got to think about these things because these are my friends. They deserve the best treatment I can give them. So I think about them a lot. They're collaborators, but they're friends. Yeah. It's like with Kyo, right? Like I had to think about, okay, how are we going to get you enough? There's coffee thing as well, but like you got to be careful. So this is a big thing. I understand you guys have been incredibly generous, and I am so happy about that. But the reality is that there are limits. I cannot solve every problem by putting it up on Throne, giving them 10%, and saying to you guys that it's your problem to solve. That's not responsible business. It's not your job. It's mine, right? I should be finding sponsors or finding creative solutions. That you guys are part of a solution is outstanding. But I need to consider you as well, because you're part of this. Kidney on the throne, Kimchi's got it. Kimchi with the solution. There you go. Right? So to me, that's problem number 7. We were just worried about legalities in TOS. It's gotten easier than you would think, but yeah. Yeah. But yeah, lowering costs and keeping costs down for customers, in this case community, which is really like that's what artists' jobs are, is to foster community, I think. But it's not immoral to allow us to be investors in a project. No, it's not. But I refuse to be inconsiderate of you. You know what I'm saying? I want to be thoughtful. So that's what's nice about Throne and what's nice about crowdfunding is that it's like, here's this thing I'm doing. Rather, here's this thing that I did or am doing. Right? And that's a good way to balance that. That's being considerate. Right? What would be inconsiderate, I think, is like, I don't want to do this thing unless you pay for it first. And this goes back to everything I want to do has to come from the position of, I do want to do this. Yeah. So, it's not that I'm against you guys helping out. I'm not. It's more, because for example, like in the work between a content creator and any artist, frankly, any creative person, and a community is a conversation, right? The standing desk thing. You know, I was okay. You guys were right, right? So I'm not immovable, and I'm not draconian or dogmatic about anything, because it's always a conversation. But I cannot be inconsiderate of y'all. I won't do it. Not gonna happen. Also, I like thinking a lot. So yeah. It is ultimately for consumption monocork, yes. No, there's a reason I put it up on the throne. You guys, that became a conversation too, right? You guys have told me that you're comfortable with it, therefore I did it. Check the terms and conditions for Throne, for crowdfunding, maybe. But yeah. Kickstarter also takes 10%. Everyone uses Throne, might as well put it up there. Yeah. And it ain't a big deal. But like giving you guys value for cost-effective means, like, we're just talking about like, we're just talking about like the balancing act of making art in terms of like collaborating and respecting my collaborators, the business logistics, respecting community, and respecting my own artistic desires. And this kind of like juggling act that has to happen, and how many considerations end up being at play. And what's nice is that to make it a conversation like this, I get baller ideas like karaoke stream solves all these problems. All of them. Yeah.
Yeah, zone arm. It's and the way to prevent that from happening is to think about it in advance, right? And just take it's a simple measure, right? That's what I'm saying is that this other problem, this other consideration, which is consideration number 7, which is this, and we talked about all these considerations, right? This is I don't like the wording. Right? You guys are right to call me out on being too, like, that's to protect my community from spending money. I just said that in writing, right? That is how I think about it. So you guys are right to call me out on it, to be sure. And there have been people who've DM'd me, and I appreciate their words as well. It's a fair point to make. So I don't mind being challenged on it, because you guys do pick up that I have this anxiety, and that I think about it, I think, a little too dogmatically. But just the counterpoint, I got to be considerate of y'all, right? 7 is just don't waste your money. Boom! There you go, Monocork. There you go. How can we get you what you want without asking you to spend gajillions on everything? Like, do you really need, for every single thing, for Saber to come out here with a fucking banger? For every single piece of content? Every single one? No. Right? We can have bangers. We're going to have bangers, right? Joe's writing the vocalies. Saber's going to mix it. That's going to be a banger. Right? But all this stuff solves a lot of problems. Yeah, Magus, for sure. But I guess here's the it's sustainability. Asking for several grand every month just to release music, I don't think that's sustainable. Maybe it is. Maybe I need to have a paradigm switch. Yeah, my Patreon already has a guaranteed react here, which is one of the reasons I need to check Patreon. But I don't know. These are fair points. This is why it's a nice conversation to have. Money is not something I have historically had a lot of. Almost like I went into music as a career choice, right? So I have my own sentiments about it. Also, I don't know. So maybe this is not as, I don't know. I think I need to do more thinking on this. I think this is, as I just said, this is perhaps still loaded for me in a way that I'm not appreciating. But I'm a professional robbery victim now. I'm the best. I'm the best there is. Yes, chaos. Yeah. Improving on mixing myself. Yeah. Possibly Jack, but possibly for more like subathons. But I think that the Friday streams of just writing people's name down and gratitude, I much prefer that. This is more, so this is a different thing. I am very uncomfortable selling a product or a service, but I will 100% sell a cause. I have tried to fix this for obvious professional reasons. But at this point, I'm 37 years old. I've tried for years to get better at selling a product or a service. I've tried. But I'll sell a cause. I'll sell the shit out of a cause. And you guys seem to respond to that better. And it comes from me a lot more easily. So free voice lessons is a cause. I can believe in a cause. Matt, I think that's healthy in this economy in general. I think it's a healthy skepticism in general. Right? Yeah, Matt. Yeah, for sure. It's been working out. So here's my next thing. All right. To me, the cause of Not Just an Anime Girl is hyping the shit out of two of my favorite fucking artists that I've met so far in this space. And Saber, who is an artist who certainly fits in that category, but a different kind of artist. We're talking about balancing all the needs of collaborative music making in terms of time, finances, community, all in my own artistic direction. Yeah. Yeah, Christopher, it's hard for me. It's very difficult. Yes, Raven, I agree. They are really good. They should be hyped. Daryl, Baji, and Saber, and many others, I think deserve the world, huge asterisks, the way they want it. Right? Someone tells me, I don't know if Baji would be the best at handling being a giant celebrity. I don't know, just throw that idea out there. I don't know if anyone would challenge me on that one. Right? So it's on their terms. But whatever they want to do, I want to help them just because they're so fucking awesome. Both in their abilities and what they stand for. They serve community with their art. They help people with their art. That's what it's about. Anyway. Exactly, Alda Heidson, yeah. It's Not Just Anime Girls funny because yeah, Not Just Anime Girls. Add Lesage in that list. I need to start doing that. Bashi would just use violence to make it work. Not an unfair statement. Yeah. I need to be better about valuing my own voice as no pun intended, but valuing what I provide with my music making. Because it is valued by you guys. You guys have explicitly said that that's, and also being told that I inspired somebody to sing, holy shit, that just hit me right in the stomach when someone said that. I wasn't prepared for that. I want to do it for my students. A lot of these people, like, they want to do good things with their singing for other people. If I'm not doing that, what am I? I'm a hypocrite. You know? But I also need to understand what people like about what I do when I sing. It's cool and fancy to have a bunch of principled statements like, I'll do it for my students. But what about the people who listen to me? I got to do it for them too. So it means I got to know what the hell people like about me as an artist. Which means I have to respect myself a little bit more. That's the hard thing. Anyway. Yeah, Chris, I'll continue. I think continuing to grow by being myself is definitely. I think it looks like that's what's going to happen. But there are a lot of parts of me, and I got to make sure when I collaborate. That's the thing. There's a lot of parts of me, and I'm working with a lot of other people. I got to make sure it all fits like a glove, and so far it is. And I think the karaoke stream is a great solution to that. I'm partially also following the old idol narrative. Someone starting out being mediocre and getting better over time. The fans brought along the journey and root for you. That's incidental. But yeah, I think a lot of this is incidental. It's serendipitous. This is not normal at all. For this to be this easy and make as much sense as it does. I've never had this in my life. Not even close. This, honest to God, does not feel real. It doesn't feel real. Anyway. To help us understand the costs in your experience, standard rates, what would you expect something like the music box of Fate Duet to cost? So Keo, I think I underestimated, because I don't do art, and this is the norm. Because I don't do art and I don't necessarily do audio, I'm consistently underestimating the workload, which means I'm underpaying people. I try to fix it after the fact. So initially, Keo, I thought, we talked, and she and I talked about it. Initially was like, okay, like $1,000. And then we started to work through it, and we're like, oh, this is going to be more than $1,000. That's not fair. So I'm cutting her in on merch at least 50%. So the art, we're making it, this is the pragmatic decision. We're cutting Keo in on the art and the sales of the merch. I was going to do a percentage. I might just give, like, depending on what it takes, because I gave her 500 more. I don't think that's enough either. So the merch sales, I might do higher than that still. But I talked to Mako about it, and he's like, I mean, you're going to have to track that over time. Okay, that's fair too. So, I'm going to have her on again, and I think we'll just have this conversation a little bit more publicly. Because I could talk to you about my thoughts on that, but I'm not making it, so I don't know. Saber is coming on Tuesday for that exact same reason. I said, I think we should have an open public conversation about your price and your work and your expectations and your value, so that people know. Because I don't, right? Like, I learned what it takes to mix what you just did with that absolute banger, and he made the beat, didn't just mix it, right? So yeah, like, it's a good question, and it's a really good point to make. One, I cannot answer because I don't do these things, so I need to have more candid and honest conversations with these people who are, I think, so enthralled and enwrapped in the enthusiasm that they're lowballing themselves a little bit just for the opportunity, which makes me feel kind of a little bit of a ways about that. So I want to reframe the conversation. That's a really good point. I'm glad someone in the audience brought it up. Hey, Saber. Hey, Saber, me too, man. I suck at it too. Merch is one of the biggest income generators for VTubers. Yeah. I'm happy to give, if Keo gets a massive payday from 50%, dope. I don't even care. It's great. If she makes like 10 grand and I'm like, oops, that's not an oops. I don't hate the idea of paying an artist real well, right? That doesn't upset me. Because then, we can do more work together. Anyway. Yeah. Saber does make content. I think you should make more content. I think you should make a lot more content. Because I think Saber is dope. I think he's a really smart dude. I think he's a really interesting dude. I think he's insanely good at what he does. I'd watch the shit out of you stream, dude. In no small part, having you on as consistently as I do is in the hopes of converting you into streaming. Selfishly. Sorry. That's me being just straight manipulative. My bad. Yeah. Yeah. Someone in the art sphere, I'm sure you are much more understanding of the value these kind of things have. Not really. Not really. Keep in mind, I come from classical music. We don't do merch in opera. Are you kidding me? We don't do that shit. We don't do merch. We go on a stage and we sing, and donors give money or they don't. That's it. Right? It's a different paradigm. I'm learning. You guys are along for the ride. Yeah. Yeah. They sell fancy binoculars. I want to say no to that, except that totally does happen. But it's also the opera house offsetting their budget. They make a lot of bad decisions financially because it's yeah, anyway. Operas, it's a different thing. It's very different. Oh, yo. Hey, 15. Thank you, Eld Heitzen. We'll call the brick we need shirts made. We're working on merch. That's what Kio's doing. The stuff from the music videos that we're making is going to be turned into merch. That's how we're going to do it. Mozart merch? I don't think it would go hard at all. I know because I kind of tried once, but maybe a different community. A Lesage monocle? That'd be funny. That's another thing. I need to talk to Mako about that. There's a lot of sales experience in various industries. If something is worth and what is a fair price really isn't always the same thing as long as it's not an abysmal rate and the income is better than no income regardless of how different the parties feel about the transaction. Very true. And that is a part of the discussion. Making sure that people have a good time working with something, okay, fine. Right? But it's an active conversation to do this ethically, in my opinion. And it's certainly not opera. Goodness, sorry, a lot of folks chiming in. If you pay me, I have seen it. It's been a minute. Monocle power level, cool. Oh my god, a monocle as a scout reader? Hold on, that's so good. That's so good, Kimchi. Oh my god, a monocle that doubles as a scouter. I love that. That's so smart. I care so much about good music. I'm willing to compromise a lot to bring good music to life. But here's the thing. So this was going to be my response to the other point. I love working with Kio. I love working with Saber. If the compensation isn't right, we don't get to do that long-term and consistently. Right? So, like, it's not just ethical concerns. There's a pragmatic reality to it, right? If I have to find and build another working relationship with another producer, that's a cost. That costs me time, money, right? I know with certainty that Saber is based as fuck. I also know that Saber's excellent. And I also know that I really like working with him. And he's fast, which I value a lot. I like speed. Yeah. So there's that as well. So the compensation has to be correct. Yeah. It reacts, the monocle reacts to, has a decibel reader based on my volume. That's funny. Speed is frightening from what I've been told. I think that's the mark of a professional. Yeah, good artists make great art. Great artists make great art fast. That's the other thing with Kyo is not blazingly fast, but I love working with her because I think as an artist, she can help me bridge this translation and this gap. It's fast in other ways. The communication bridge is there, but in terms of the execution, she's not blazingly fast. But there's an easy way to solve that, which is don't release a shit ton of music videos and just take bigger swings with the music videos. And again, the karaoke stream solved this problem, right? Second article I missed a lot. Has anyone mentioned Chatterino to him so YouTube and Twitch chat can see each other on the stream? We were using Stream Ninja. I'll look at Chatterino. And yeah, sorry about that. The reason why is I have to redo my 2FA on Twitch because I don't know where my phone is. Sucks.
Or the third option that my current day job chooses for me is neither. Yeah, but like, fuck that. You're my friend too, dude. Yeah. No, you're good. That's not an interruption. Yeah. People pay for what they think is worth it, but it's like it's all these things. You know, it's all these things, it's all these considerations. It's the ethical, it's the pragmatic, it's the community, it's the business, it's the art, it's all of these things. All of these things need to be taken into consideration because the second you're not in balance with it, you start seeing things kind of fray. It's like you know, you get a business person who's a bean counter in charge of a creative business, the thing implodes like 100% of the time. You know what I'm saying? It's got to do all of it. And at you know, I gotta like it. I gotta feel good about it. It's not easy to find people you like to work with. You know, that's worth protecting. So these are all the considerations. This is why it's a discussion, and why I did lose my guitar. Yes, that happened. I lose a lot of things. Video game companies, yes, who I've worked for and gotten screwed by. I dislike it. Yeah. But thank you for guys for having this conversation with me. That's funny, fine. Phone is in the guitar? Possibly. Co-ops for the win? A revenue sharing, I think, is a big good. It's a good way to do. It's a good way to solve a lot of problems. Difficult with music because it's so commoditized. You know, it's very difficult with music to do that. Yeah, it's challenging. The guitar might be in the phone. Yes, it's an important conversation to be had for sure. Also, if I truly want to go the nonprofit route, which I do, these things have to be transparent anyway. So I got to get used to that, right? Like, not just the ideas, the accounting will have to be transparent, right? So, yeah. Yeah, Zaploid, it's a great thing that everyone's thoughtful and mature in this community. It's just it's a really kind of amazing thing. As the next CEO of a video game company can confirm, yeah. Is there time-based agreements over percentage over 2 years for instances to cut off? I'm sure that any sort of contract can be done in that capacity. Usually merch lines, in terms of Keo, merch lines have a set number of you know, like 500 shirts, you know, like we're not going to do drop shipping necessarily. We're going to work with vendors so that there's going to be like a set amount, presumably. So, yeah. How will I handle the copyright side? Honestly, we do it via, I'm keeping it simple. I'm not figuring licensing yet with the music. This is a different problem. It's a good question to bring up. It's a good one. I think getting contracts in order is the first thing, but like licensing before, in my experience, adding business logistics for problems you don't have yet. Like Phantom got 3,000 views. It's like $2 because it's revenue shared. I don't think licensing agreements for that is a worthwhile endeavor, right? That's been my approach in business, is not to create it's not to create you don't want to invent logistics for problems you don't have yet. Yeah, the lawyer's fees alone. I you know, my stepdad would be willing to
create a contract for free, but he was a military contractor, so his contracts tend to be like 50 pages, which is like not great for artists. So yeah. So like, if the merch sales go crazy, okay, Q and I can discuss a contract, and we can discuss a longer term agreement. If our music starts popping off beyond just AdSense, and we can start to think about licensing, Saber and I can, you know, have a and this is another reason to have a good working agreement with somebody and treat them well, because God forbid it pops off. If they fucking resent you, that's more expensive. You know, it's all a balancing act, right? I got to eat something. We got a voice lesson in 4 minutes. If the music isn't commercialized, then you cannot monetize it. Yeah, but distribution, JSDS is done through these. That's got its own problems. The music distribution situation is completely fucked up. Like, yeah, like you can do Spotify, you can do all that, but it's like so janky and so terrible right now that it's its own massive headache. So if there's no validation on that in advance, then I don't know if that's even worth it, because it's so involved. It's like really difficult. Riku, it's the Chibi setup. Oh, dope. Well, then I gotta get food for that, because I want to do that well. Spotify does rip off their artists. Honestly, most artists that I know are literally just doing what I'm doing, and they're just posting on YouTube. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Riku has a label, and I'm sure Riku would have a lot to say. Also, Saber might also understand quite a bit of this as well. So worth talking to him about this, right? But it's a good point, and it's worth thinking about, right? Just because something is complicated doesn't mean it's not worth considering. But it's really tough. So I'll need to look at more. It's not a right now thing when I gotta do the Chibi setup. We're setting up a VTuber model, guys. In 2 minutes, we're setting up Chibi Lesage. We're setting up a VTube model in 2 minutes. So I'll be right back. Yeah, this is big. This is big. We're going VTuber. It's happening. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ryan, let's get on a Discord call. Yo, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, how's it going?
It's going great, man. Thank you for all this work you did. This is incredibly generous.
Man, it's a pleasure. It's been a lot of fun, so that's
Yeah.
all I really wanted to get out of it, and it's been a real learning experience.
Okay. Let me
I sent you,
yeah, I
I
see
did send
the
you the files.
PNG tuber. I will
It's in the Google Drive link as well, and I hope you can access that.
let's test that now. Requesting access. So this is Reinhardt. This is the person who made the VTuber model. Request sent. Oops, I hit too fast.
Okay.
Also, Saber, thank you for joining the chat and
There you go. There you go.
getting the
Just try that again.
okay. Okay, there we go. Download this.
So I'm not used to Google Drive or anything like that. I never use it.
I mean, you probably have a better solution for most things than Drive. Convenience is expensive. But yeah.
Sweet.
Let's see.
I think it has. I don't know if you're going to install it on Windows or on your Mac, but I think it has. It
Oh,
does
I'm
something for
gonna put it
everything.
all on my my machine. My it's a bunch of DLLs. Okay. Let me share my screen here. This is not an exe. Right? So we got a bunch of DLLs and stuff like that.
Is that just the PNG tube remix.exe? It should be down there. Oh, where's that now?
This was in the zip for.
Oh yeah, that is PNG tube remix, fourth from the bottom.
Gotcha. Thank you. My contacts, for whatever reason, are not like just so. So like it's a little blurry on some of these smaller things. Okay. So this is what we're working with. What can we do next?
So you can go to Files and Open, and then you just find one of those two files I sent you. The one is the original one with the low res hair, and then there's one with better looking hair.
Let's move these.
Yeah, I basically woke up an hour ago, so I'm not quite awake. So if I'm a bit slow,
Listen. I'm extremely slow in general as a human being. So you're on the right wavelength with me. All right. Let's do this. So this is with the HD hair. We like HD. Okay. There we go. This is the model. Now, you said that this can transform?
Yes, let's just get it to track first. Just move your cursor around the
Oh,
head.
wow.
It doesn't seem to be... Okay, so this is something I've run into before. If you have multiple screens, it kind of freaks out a bit
Gotcha.
when it's not on the same screen. So just try and move your mouse on another screen and just see which screen actually gets him to react. Otherwise, you can go to settings, and then there is a drop-down box for which screen to use. Then you just find the right one there.
This one? Let's see.
There's them all.
Yeah. This one.
No, that doesn't.
No?
That's not right. That's not nearly as reactive as it should be.
All right. Yeah, not that one. Whoa.
The best thing that I found is to launch or to put maybe move the program itself to one of the other screens. Or just open it on the same screen as OBS or whichever program it is you're using.
Yeah. I'm just gonna this other monitor here. It does look like that is the right screen. Has one other screen. Okay. Yeah, no. It's this one. Alright.
That's not it.
And you said I can just put it with alongside OBS?
That
Yeah.
might work.
Let's do this real quick. Instead of because people are making some good points about showing like file management stuff. Let me just duplicate this.
Yeah.
Duplicate and then call this just VTube instance. And then instead of display capture, I'll do window capture. And then VTube boosh PND blah 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 yada yada. And then we drop that down yada 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 yada. Okay, and that's the background. Words, mumble. Yada yada yada. Oh, we're gonna not do that. We're gonna do scene. OBS. That's the camera. Voila. All right. Okay. Lesage already broke the model, probably. All right. So with the window capture now, I can bring it across the screens. I hit that one. Yeah, and I hit this one. So it is, I'm on the right screen here. So for whatever reason, you're right, it's not that active, but it's only active here. So we're on the right monitor.
Yeah, I've had issues with that, and sometimes it would track the head movement but not the shadow movement on one screen. Just see if I can, because I'm now getting some issues as well with that.
And this is where the expression computers are fun and useful comes in. Let's look at the other model too, just for while you're looking at that. Now, technically, I can also invest in an iPhone for tracking, right? This is not TTT. Yeah. This is Chibi Lesage. Yeah, so I can do tracking via an iPhone.
Let's try one more thing. Just go to mode on the top left and go to preview.
Oh my God. It just does. Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah, that's something I was hoping we wouldn't run into.
What's that?
We might need to just this tracking thing. This might need to. You might need to just drag the program around from screen to screen, and just see when it actually works.
I mean, that was what I was doing. Oh, no, I was also working on this one. What's this one? Oopsies. Okay. Yeah, so this is the third one. Boosh.
Okay, yeah, that looks a bit better, but not quite.
Oh, snap. Drill, thank you for the 5.
Okay, I think that's probably as good as you're gonna get it. You can set your background color. Top left, the gray color looks a lot better.
Okay.
BG color might just be looking a bit better. Okay, I guess we can try the toggles. You can just zoom in a bit maybe with the mouse wheel. Just press button number 2, just on the keyboard number 2.
Is that easy?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's
Can I
unfortunate
press-
that he's not looking around. Just move your model a bit. With right click, just dragging to the right of the screen. Tracking doesn't improve though. Oh, we'll sort the tracking out eventually.
Yeah.
I could also screen share, I guess. I'm not sure how it would look though.
We could do that. I played a lot of StarCraft 2. We don't use stream decks. We use lots of hotkeys for no reason. Oh shit. Sorry, I'm pressing the buttons. Can I press the buttons?
I guess so.
Alright, hold on.
Can't see why not.
Okay, so you made this thing, okay, and now I can move it around, and now I got buttons to make a slightly agitated face, to make a I'm about to crash out on you, Bajaru, for intrimpification, to I will now make you feel all of my powerful rage about not just being an anime girl, to oh my god, it's about to happen. Oh yeah. So many cool points. And then I got this. Oh yeah. I'm chill. I'm powering up. I'm chill. I'm powering up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't even know what this face is. I don't even know what you call this.
Supposed to be. Well, that's like transitioning from the powered up stage to going Super Saiyan. I just thought it looks odd to suddenly just go to a smiling face. So I put that one in there.
Nice.
And the tracking on the Super Saiyan head is quite dope.
I wouldn't know. I'm very happy with it. Listen, we might do. Have you seen my setup? Have you seen it? It's jank personified. Or not personified, because that would imply that it's actually a person, but it's jank.
Do me a favor.
What's up?
And just zoom in on his face. A bit more. Okay, that's too much. Let's go back. Go back a bit more. So that you can just get it decent. That's fine. And then just press. Actually, no, this is on the wrong model. If you can just do the HDR one, please. Actually, I'm gonna stop.
This is so cool, dude. It's me. PC struggling? I think it's Discord doing Discord things.
Yeah. So let me initially I was gonna say let's just do Discord, but can you hear me, Reinhardt? All right. Hey, did you get the Zoom link from the email when signing up for lesson?
Yes, I did.
Let's go over to Zoom because I've been having this problem with Discord
Okay,
a lot. Okay.
okay, let's do that.
All right. Because I want to film this and be like, this is kind of a big deal. You know what I'm saying? So I'd like to film it without any interruptions or anything like that. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and join there. I'll see you there. Okay.
Okay. Yes, how's it going?
It's going good, man. Oh man. Okay. So we
I
got
would,
this.
I don't know when I dropped out of the call, but I would like you to go to the other model if it's possible.
Sure. So the HD heroin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do me a favor, just zoom in on his face a bit. Just a bit closer. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Just move him a bit to the right. Oh man, I'm tanking your internet again.
I'll close a couple of things.
Yeah, my connection isn't good. It's always like this. I tanked a whole Discord, a Hangout call the other day.
Well, I've been having these problems. So let me close a couple of things. It has to do with the NVMe drive. Let's see where we're at with storage here. Yeah, the NVMe drive gets. Are we good here? Trying to close a couple programs. I have a lot open, and my encoding is
Mm.
and Chrome in and of itself is probably taking up a lot. And Chrome, I mean any browser nowadays. Okay, how we doing now, guys? In chat. FPS any better? How we doing?
Still looks a bit choppy.
All right.
Oh, that looks better.
Yeah. Well, I stopped recording on OBS. That'll do it.
Okay, just toggle through the toggles on this one again. I just want to see
Okay.
something.
On. It's not good. Still choppy. Still a slideshow. Lag is real.
I refreshed the tab and it actually started working again.
Okay.
So that might help.
All right. Yeah. So I think it's the recording. It should be GPU based. What's the codec? Yeah, it's an NVEC recording. It's NVIDIA NVEC, so it should be GPU based. All right. I think it's the NVMe drive. I don't lie. All right, I'm going to try recording again. All right. Okay. How's the stream now? If not, we can just, yeah, we can let YouTube record it. You there, Reinhardt?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. How's the stream?
Well, on my side, it looks fine.
Okay.
I'm not sure about.
So whenever I check resources, guys, it's the NVMe drive that is like capped. So yeah, that's usually what's happening. I just need to install the SSD that I have. I just need to open the damn case and do it. Oh well. All right. Okay. So what do we got?
Just test the toggles again. I just want to see if it's all working on this model. Could just lower him down a bit. Okay. Oh, that. Then on your numpad, just press the plus sign on your numpad.
So I can assign these hotkeys though, right?
Yeah, you can change the.
Okay.
Yeah, you can assign whatever button you want to it. So
Here it is.
I did make some progress with the Lyricism model, but it was only a half a day, so it's not ready at all. But that'll
Oh
be
no. Oh darn. I was so looking forward to looking at that cursed insanity on my face during this wonderful moment. That's exactly what I wanted to do. For shame.
yeah. I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
So of course, this is easy enough to manipulate and change the facial expressions or add something else. If you have any ideas or anything you want to do with this model, just let me know. It's quite easy. I
I
say that while it has like, what's this?
feel like what
About
chat wants
100
it.
or maybe 60 layers to it. I wish the tracking would work because it's actually pretty cool how the rigging works.
Yeah. I mean, I can get this PNG Tuber remix works with iPhone tracking, right?
I have no idea. I hope so,
I'm sure it's got
but
to.
I don't have an iPhone, so I can't test it.
Job again? All right, I'm ending the recording and we'll just grab it from YouTube. All right. Still though. Yeah, I just need to do it with the NVMe drive. This is dope. This is so cool. Yeah. So a used iPhone. Can I get a used iPhone on Throne? Well, first let me make sure that this actually does face tracking. Mode.
I'm not sure if it does, but what you can do is you can open a separate window if you go there to window
Mm-hmm.
and say add window, and then you can layer the window over any other screen.
Oh.
And so that might kind of solve it, but it still tracks the original, so you kind of have to have the original in the background on whatever screen you're using to track it from.
Okay, but I can minimize it and then I can change windows.
Yeah, minimizing seems to tank the program a bit, so I kind of usually just put another program in front of it.
Okay.
But that's something you can figure out as you play around with it. So I have it sorted on my side, but I don't know what it's going to take to get it working well on yours. It's going to take some time probably.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, I see the model is doing weird things. It's because his eyes are following your mouse, but not his face. So that there's something up with your tracking.
Yeah.
We'll sort that. I know it looks weird, but that's not how it usually looks.
Yeah. Well, this is one of those instances of helicopter redeem. Oh yeah, for the plus sign thing. Yeah. This is very much one of those things where computers are fun and useful. And the it works on my machine fallacy. But, you know, like that's why we're here. Doing this exact thing. It's still so cool, man. You put so much work into this. This took you a long time.
You should see my. I approach it in the worst possible way.
But this
Because
like
I'm not
it
an
was your
artist.
first time doing. No. That is just an anime girl energy. No, Reinhardt. Absolutely not. I don't want to hear this. I'm not an artist. As you give me art to work with my. You shut your mouth with this. You did so much on this. I watched you work on this for what, 2 weeks? And you're talking to Keo how you can do the shading better, how can you do all this stuff. This is like one of the most meaningful pieces of art I've ever been given in my life. I plan to cherish this for an eternity. This is so. I've watched you work on this with so much heart, and there's so much charm in this. Yeah, you're getting misty. I'm getting misty too, man. Like, this is so much work, and what I love about it is like, I don't know how to express this in art terms, but like I talk about this in music all the time. Technique is a means to an end, right? And there's something about this intangibleness of how expressive this is that I'm not an artist, so I can't put my finger on it. But like, I feel the passion through the medium.
Yeah.
It's so well done.
Thank you. But it's been a blast. Just having to learn new things. And I really wish it would track properly because I'd love to show you some of the details
I mean,
of the shadows and maybe of the how to approach getting stuff to kind of look 2.5D.
I don't know how do I
I don't
help
know if
you
a
improve the tracking?
screen share would help.
Sure.
But I would. I'm not sure if Discord can manage that.
Well, I can do screen share on Zoom.
Okay. Well, I've also never used Zoom before, so I have no idea
Yeah. And
how
I'm
it
sharing my
works.
screen here.
I guess I should be able to do that as well then.
What does it use for tracking? Right now it uses my mouse. I think that we can I think we can get an iPhone to do face tracking for this. And I am very good at hotkeys. I played a shit ton of StarCraft 2, so
Okay, so I guess I should be able to do a screen share with you as well.
yes, you can. I can actually give you control over my PC as well. If we want to super dox me, we could do that.
I would much rather not do that.
I agree with you. I share your sentiment.
Okay, well, let's see.
I need to purchase software on the iPhone. Okay, I'll look into the face tracking stuff then. Rosa said
Maybe just confirm whether it's possible with this software
yeah.
before buying a phone.
Yeah. PNG Tuber Remix. There was a rationale for you using this. What was that about?
Well, it's the most comprehensive one I could find. So I went through two others, but they were really lightweight and they really couldn't do anything that I wanted it to do. Can you just make sure that I'm allowed to share my screen? I don't think I can at the moment.
I will fix that. Yes. I think I have to stop sharing first, and then this used to be easier. Go ahead and try sharing now.
Okay, let's see.
There we go. Just changed it to all participants. That should do it.
Okay, well, I don't know Zoom at all, so I'm not even sure where to go to do screen sharing.
So
Can't-
on the bottom, are you on the app? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. On the bottom, there's a share button right next to like React, very bottom.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
just
I see.
yeah.
Well, I click the pop-up, not the button itself. That would help. Okay, let's go and do that.
Dope. Oh, I can see why you're just. Let me man. For like not doxing reasons, I'll keep Zoom not on for chat, but I'm seeing what you're doing.
Okay. Okay, so will chat not be able to see this then? Or not yet, anyways?
I can put a black bar on Zoom so they don't see your name. Because we got your last name here. We got your full name
Well,
here.
my last name is in every chat I've sent in YouTube so far, so
Okay,
it
so you
doesn't
cool
really
with
matter
me?
to me.
You cool sharing? Okay, all right. Then I'll just
Yeah, I
change it.
don't
All right.
mind. It's
Alright.
way too late to worry about
Yeah.
like that.
So it's tracking his. Yeah, if you want to talk, I have a pixel that I can use. Yeah.
So this is what the tracking would be like. Now to make any of this even remotely realistic, I had to add shadows to it. So you'll see I have a shadow on the arm
Mm-hmm.
and on the jacket, and then on the other arm and on the side of the face and the neck and the pants. And this kind of simulates turning the body a bit. And if you can see it well, it looks like the FPS is a bit low. It doesn't matter. But the shadows are just semi see-through blobs that scale bigger and smaller as the mouse moves to create that illusion. Same on the face. So the face shadow is exactly the same thing, but it's a bit easier to see how it scales. And it's just a scaling layer, and you have some of it's the same effect going on the headphones as well. I don't know if you can see, but when you looks away, it kind of gets a bit smaller.
I never want to hear I'm not an artist ever again. I know you already dropped it. I hate to repeat it and beat a dead horse. I don't want to hear it again, Reinhardt. All right.
And on the left-hand side, you can. This is basically the whole setup. So whichever is on top is all the way at the back, and then per toggle you can add or remove whatever you want. The visibility you can see, you can toggle it to be visible or not visible, so you can put
Oh
some
my god,
effect on that.
the different transitions have different mouth shapes for the speech.
Yeah, yeah. So this would be let's just go into preview. This would be mildly upset, I guess. This is normal. So the mouth tracking isn't perfect at the moment, but you will have to do a phoneme recording for that, which I didn't find to be very well done in this program. But you kind of have to just keep on recording yourself saying certain words, and it figures out what to do with the mouth shapes.
Okay.
But that's easier. So this is mildly upset. You can see the stance, the arms popping out a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I might be moving a bit too fast for this.
I have a
And
Pixel
there's
3. I'm not sure if that's going to be sufficient, but
yeah, it should probably be fine. Yeah, and if you can change his pose, yeah, because of the mic.
Oh my god.
I love the little tongue just freaking out.
Oh my god.
And then there's further beyond.
This is so amazing.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to figure it out. And
Yeah.
I'm glad I finally got the HDA to work, because it looks a lot better in my opinion. And then you have this.
Oh my god.
The the movement on the hair is so nice in this model.
I'm becoming a VTuber because I respect the shit out of these people, not so that I don't have to do makeup. Though, listen, we take the benefits, okay? We don't argue with that. We'll take those
Yeah.
stubs. But yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and it does take a bit. So obviously, it started off as something not as serious, but it quickly
Yeah,
progresses into
yeah.
something
This went.
absolutely insane. To
Yeah,
be, I'm working in Inkscape, which is possibly the worst thing that you can do. Um, this is all vector based, and every little thing is just a bunch of vectors layered on top of each other. So I can. The first is separate
the
just
hands. You separate the hands.
just
The
ungroup
fingers.
everything. Yeah, it's just a bunch of different stuff stuck together. I need to show you the hair. That's just insane. I'll see if it's on this one. I think
What
it's
the
not on that
hell,
one.
dude?
Yeah, there's a lot, and then I have.
He just amputated me. He's allowed to amputate me. He gave me the arms that he is amputating. He put me into this world. He can take me out of it.
Yeah, this isn't as ordered as it used to be or was last week. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of parts. All of these are SVGs, so it's really not the best way. Okay, this is what I wanted to get to. So this is the HD hair, which I took the old hair and shaded it again by adding a bunch of layers after Kyosumari gave me some great tips. If I were to ungroup this, it might crash the program.
Huh.
That's some of the layers. Just to give you an
Holy
idea.
shit, there's more strands in that thing than I have on my head.
So on the right, you can see all these paths here. Oh, well, that's quite a few. This is all just in the hair. And there's one piece.
What the fuck, Reinhardt?
All of it is just a little thing stuck to something
Wow.
else.
A comment where people said, wow, sages really don't have any chill. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
man, it's incredible what you can do if you have a coffee machine, a bean to cup machine at home. Just pure caffeine, and that's all you need. And there we go. That's one piece of hair.
You did all this.
Yeah, it's been so much fun, man. I've been having a blast. It's nice to hyper focus on something worthwhile, you know.
I don't know why you think like to do this for me that I'm glad it's worthwhile for you. This is so stunningly flattering and moving that you would do this for me. I am
It's just well, I guess you could say it's to show my gratitude for the journey you've taken me on the past month and a bit. It's been an amazing journey, and this community is absolutely amazing. And it's so much fun to be a part of anything this positive. So it's been a pleasure, and it's an honor to work on something that actually means something for someone else.
the honor is mine. This is
And
beautiful.
this is one file. I have too many. I have quite a few. Yeah, I have a ton of SVGs and stuff for this. that I use. Yeah, it's a lot, but it's a lot of fun. It would have been a lot easier if I used a proper art program, I guess you could say, and I didn't have to stack all these layers on top of each other, and I could just color it in, like with Krita and with anything like that would have been better. Would have saved a lot of time. But
When
this
I
is also
started
a lot
doing
of
YouTube, I did my
fun.
thumbnails in Google Slides. So I get you. You know?
So just to give you an idea how this would work, you would take a shape. Well, I guess let's just make it easier than that. You basically draw a shape with nodes, whatever you want, and then you can manipulate that shape. You can, let's just take the background away. And this is pretty basic stuff. I'm by no means good at this. I'm
Shut your mouth.
just
Shut your
starting to figure it
mouth.
out. So then you can manipulate the lines between the nodes, and you can add more nodes, you can add less, you can shape it however you want it to be, which is how I do all the cutouts for the memes we made last night. I traced with this tool around the face. So I would
I
be
feel
tracing something like that.
so guilty for joking about it being cursed terribleness that makes me want to bleach out my eyeballs now.
It is cursed. Well, there is no denying that it's cursed. That's completely fair. It is absolutely cursed.
I mean, that was the artistic goal, mission accomplished.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's how I would go about it. It's not the most. I'm sure there are people who know what they are doing that are cringing at seeing this,
Stop.
but this is
I will kick
it is
them
a
in the
lot of fun to do
shin.
it this way.
I will kick them in the shin. I'll get on a turnbuckle and I will DDT them. All right? I'll stone cold stunner all of them. This is insane.
And then you get whatever. So yeah, it would be a lot easier if you just end up doing PNGs and you can just paint over it and all that. But what I would do is I would just take that object and I would export it to whatever resolution or DPI I want it to be, and then I just import that on this guy. And
How
so that
many
would just be
layers are there total? How many is everything a little file? How many layers are there total?
well, let me show you. So
And not just like the nose and like the hair, like total, like including all of those little things you showed me for the hair. Total, how many SVG files are there for this?
Oh, I wouldn't know how many, but it's probably if you take into account all the little strands of hair, it's probably up to a couple hundred, maybe 200 total. But this is all exported as a single PNG once you export it, so it's not separate anymore. Then it's just a picture. But for the
200,
separate,
man.
easily. If you're just looking at the SVGs, it's probably more than that.
That's what I'm
Because
saying. This is so much work.
This is one of my files. I have 4 big ones.
So you're telling me this is over like 1,000?
Possibly. It might not be over 9,000, but it might be over 1,000. So on this guy, it's layered. So whatever is on top is at the back of the scene. So this just the lower you go, the closer to the front of the model it is. So you basically stack things on top of each other. And a trick that I figured out a few days ago was that you use something small, like in this case I used a nose as the anchor point. So you see behind this model somewhere there's a nose. It's right there behind the model. But linked to the nose you have the trouser legs and the shoes. So you attach certain parts to another invisible part or hidden away part, and that part you can manipulate using movement. So you can track every little part. You can track with your mouse, or you can rotate, or you can do whatever. So if I were to do auto rotate, it would just do that.
I could see a use case for that.
Yeah. Yeah. And so you have all of these little parts and their shadows attached to, in this model's case, a bunch of noses behind the scene. So there's a nose behind the scene. There's another one there in the middle of his face, hidden away. And there's another one over here. And that's just for his pants. And then, so all of this is available for each toggle you create. So this is the first toggle, which would be number 1. Then on number 2, you just toggle the visibility of whatever you don't want. So I can toggle this whole head. So I do an invisible, you can see on the top left is what it looks like. It's basically a semi-invisible face, which floats around there at the very back. And then I attach to that all the other parts. And I just layer them in the right order and add movement to them and tracking to them all. So each little part has tracking on it. X and Y position, and you can invert them and you can make it scale, but the scaling is a bit, it's not so well implemented, but it kind of works. The rotation I couldn't figure out at all to do rotation tracking with a mouse. And then you can do animation, well, their version of animation, which is how I did these lights. This is all from a still image, but this is a function that they put in the program, which is pretty dope. So you have all those layers. This is all under the normal head. So this is the normal head here. So you can toggle the normal head and toggle on. Obviously, I haven't set this one up in this toggle, so it's not set up.
You made more. You made more.
Yeah, so all the heads are.
No, don't just be like, no, it's all the heads. No, this is not cash. You made more than the heads that are being shown. Are you a madman? In the best of ways, the answer is yes. There's one answer, Reinhardt. Oh my God.
They're all available at once. So you just toggle what you need. And yeah, so you can go into every group and toggle whichever part you want. You can toggle them on and off, and it's completely up to you what you want in the scene and where it's positioned. You can just move it around. Like this one, I can just move over there, move over there. I can rotate it. I can change the physics of it. It's got this basic physics engine going. And that's how you would layer the hair. But I guess we don't need to see that one. So there's some, I don't know if you can see the outline, but it highlights whichever part you are looking at or have selected. You can kind of track where it's going, whether it's behind something or not. You can just see how the different parts are moving to create the illusion. And if anybody wants to try this, I would really, please, it's so much fun to rig stuff like this. It might take some time, but
It's just a little time. Just a little time. Might take some time.
Don't be intimidated by this. It's a lot of fun once you get into it, and it's not that complicated. It's just a lot, but you don't have to make it complex at all. This is just it is a lot of fun. So don't be intimidated by it. If you want to try something like this, it's been such a fun thing to do for me, and if I can have fun doing it, I'm sure everybody else can. Yeah, so that's about it. That's a bit of what goes into it. And like I said, I'm sure there are better ways to do it, and I'd love to eventually get to them. But at the moment, this is it.
I don't have words for how grateful I am, Reinhardt.
Oh, it's a pleasure, man. And
Thank you.
the
This is
same
incredible.
goes to you, man. You have your channel, and what you've been doing has been such a positive influence on my life for various reasons, but it's been inspiring to say the least. So I've been striving to do better and to hold myself accountable and to pick up hobbies that I've put down over the years, all because of you and your channel. So, and what you do. So it's something I'm grateful for. So if you can use this, and if you see it as worth using, I would be,
I think it's so worth using.
I'd
Yeah.
be over the moon.
No, this is amazing. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
So if there are obviously still some things I want to improve, like this little pocket, for instance, it's not working well enough, and it looks way too flat. So there's stuff that I can improve, but I can just send you the file whenever it's done.
However I can help you, I'll be available. I'll make myself available over the weekend, okay?
Thank you, man. I appreciate
No,
it.
thank you. This is insane. In a good way. You know, like the way when I call people lunatics. Like this is insanity.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
it's a
I
pleasure.
feel terrible. We got 5 minutes. I would like you to look at the chat
Yeah.
for Twitch. And everybody, if you want to say something to Reinhardt, go for it.
Thank you, guys.
This is so incredibly meaningful to me. Already having seen what you had done in my mind, like I was like, I don't care whatever the hell model I get in the future. This is always going to be something I have and use always.
Apparently, I'm a dad now.
Yeah.
What I missed in chat.
So the term is for the person who gives the artist who makes the first VTube model for a VTuber is their VTuber dad or mom or whatever, VTuber
I
parent.
see.
So
Oh, okay.
yeah, this VTuber model has sprang from your loins. Weird. From your work. It's the work. We're gonna change the noun there. Yeah. The verb, I don't know. Words. They're hard. This is incredible, man. Listen, I self-corrected, okay? As soon as it came out of my mouth, I was very upset. Yeah. And here we are. So now we're here, and I have to live with it. So thank you for reminding me. Anyway.
Well, thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun, and maybe I can do a quick share of the Lyricism model, but
Go for it.
I'm not sure if it's. I
But
can't
by the
remember
way,
what state
just
I
to be
left in.
abundantly clear, this is not like if it's okay with you, if you're comfortable with it, I'd love to have you because like I want to see more.
Yeah.
I've been so busy. I'm sorry. I've seen you in VC in Discord, and I haven't joined in. And I want to know more. So if you could, if I could have you come back on again and show me more of this,
Sure, there's not a lot more, but sure, I'll definitely I can maybe
You work so
show you
fast,
how to.
dude. Yeah. I'd love to get it as working up to where you feel like it shows off your
boy.
stuff. That's an image that is now seared
Yeah.
into my mind. Thank you for that.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's funny. And we do it for the memes here. You did this in 2 weeks. This is mad.
It didn't look like this when I saved it earlier today. I'll tell you that much.
Man, computers are fun and useful. It's a thing.
Like I said, it's I can't get this face to work, and if I were to animate the eyes, I think I would lose my sanity.
In your
I
defense,
can.
look at that face. You're not working with good material there. I gotta bring on the student for the voice lesson.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach out and please find the time again. Okay? I'd love to
I
do
have
this.
all the time in the world. I have all the time of the world. Just send me a message.
I will.
Always available.
Thank you so much, Reinhard.
It's a pleasure. And thank you for what you do as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
Means a lot.
I gotta take the student.
Okay. See you guys. Thank
Thank
you
you.
guys. See you.
All right, I gotta lock in now. I don't know, I'm gonna lock in. All right.
Here you go.
Yeah. Hey. Hey, Scarlett.
Hello.
How was practice for the last few days?
It's been okay. I've been called into like an extra 12 or so hours at work, so I didn't have as much as I wanted.
Sure.
But I've been finding it decently quickly to try and get that movement.
Good. Do you want to
Still slow, but
I mean, yeah. But let's see where you're at.
just on the O to A, was it? No.
If you want to do some singing, and we can see where we're at.
Oh, okay, I can do that. Yeah, because I didn't know what to bring it to, because we were doing work for the feminization side of things, primarily.
Yeah. We can do that through speech. I recall last time you wanted to do it through song, but whatever you want to do, I'm here for you. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that I can hold at what we were practicing with, like moving the
Do you want to do it through speech?
Mess with me. Yeah, I don't think I can. I can't really hold it enough to try and sing with it.
That's fine.
Essentially is.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. So when you say hold it, how long are you attempting to hold it daily?
I've been doing it for just like a couple minutes at a time at random points.
Good.
Not for any long period.
Good. All right. And how is some of the
It's
stretching?
not hard. It's not too hard to find it. It doesn't feel like it's quite there, and I lose it pretty quickly.
So I've been thinking about your situation. All right.
Okay.
So I think one of the reasons it can get a little difficult, and this came up and it crossed my mind when I was working in another student. Like I've said, your circumstances are. I've been thinking a lot about it. I think one of the reasons it's hard, and one of the reasons you end up getting a lot of nasality, is I think you might have this problem. Is where your back is tight enough to where your scapula is being pulled down, which is pulling down via the omohyoid. The omohyoid is connected to the scapula. So if the scapula goes down, the omohyoid pulls in the hyoid bone. That would both explain your difficulty lifting your soft palate, despite all the exercises we were doing. And then also, the goal of this is to lift from the insertions, right? So we have on the thyroid cartilage, the base of the thyroid cartilage, then we have on the hyoid bone. But if this is being pulled down, we don't get a lot of the benefit of the contraction of the thyrohyoid to begin with.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, this is a good idea. It sounds good. Let's see if it works.
Gotcha.
What we'll do is this. Okay. As my sweat stains become visible. We don't talk about these. Okay. So the key thing here is that I'm grabbing my elbow. I'm not focusing on moving my arms or my shoulders. I'm thinking about how far my elbow can go from like my hip. And I'm moving my hip there. Let me
Okay.
Do you feel a stretch in your back?
Recognize this from about halfway down my back.
Yeah. Okay, good. So like right
Baseball.
here?
Yeah, a little farther around to the back, but in that region, yeah.
So I think I'm correct then. Okay. So I want you to, we're going to spend a lot of time on this today
Okay.
because I think my assumption is correct. So when you go from one side to the other, also get a little turning in. So you get a lot more of this stretch here. Be careful though. If it's really tight like it is mine, like my lats are very tight. And you can also try
There's definitely some tightness.
Yes. Try breathing into the stretch as well. What I'd like you to do is once it starts to feel loose, let me know. But because if I'm right, if this is a big problem, then this is going to be a big solve.
Okay.
So you take your time with this, okay?
Understood.
And let me know when it starts to loosen up.
Okay, yeah, it definitely feels, even just like rotating my shoulders, like, or around kind of my torso, feels looser.
Okay. Now contract your thyrohyoid. With that swallow thing. How much
Okay.
easier is that?
Yeah, I can, it still feels nasally, but I found it faster.
You didn't. It's not that. It's not a coordination. You'll never beat your lats. They're too strong. They're too big.
Gotcha.
You have the coordination, is what we're learning here.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's, I don't feel like I'm trying to force it.
Yeah, because you're not fighting against your lats as much.
Okay.
They're still tight. Okay. Here's the other thing. The omohyoid, if it pulls down like this. So here's the problem with this stretch, okay? I'm using my traps to lift my arms up, okay? That's going to bring down your soft palate as well as the omohyoid, right? So we got two things we're fighting against. Because if your neck is all, tensed up from this, your soft palate's going to go down.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a stretch.
Mhm.
I'm going to put it on screen. You let me know if you think this stretch is possible. Give me a second. There will be some noise here. Nope. Good.
I live with a physical therapist, so if I have a diagram, I can probably figure it out too. Go ahead.
So this is easier. You'll have to excuse me. I cannot bear the thought of closing my as I share my screen. I cannot bear the thought of closing the VTuber model. So if you see the VTuber model,
Yeah, I was lurking a little bit while I was getting ready. It's
Yeah.
so good.
yeah. Okay. This is a big stretch. Okay. So I don't know if this is going to be comfortable for you to do, but it will target every problem you have. I find this almost impossible to do in a rolling chair, by the way.
Fair.
So this might not be a right now thing. I'm gonna send this to you. Do you have a TikTok?
Yes, it is the same name.
Okay. This is from my TikTok. This is the first video on my TikTok.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
All right. This is what you should do, but not right now, because you're, last time I recall, you were in a rolling chair. I imagine that situation hasn't changed.
Whoops. Sorry.
You're good.
Yes.
You're good. So what we're going to do instead is this. All right. I want you to never crank back your neck, okay? Just lean your head to one side, like this, okay? Move your shoulder, one that's getting stretched. Make sure that's nice and loose and not being pulled back too much. Okay, once you got that, you're going to just bring your chin
Oh,
like that. Yep,
I did not expect to feel that much.
yep. That's a really big stretch. If you really want to go crazy, you can do this with your arm while you're doing that, but like down, right? Bring your elbow out a little bit. And bring your like,
Okay.
yeah. So you bring your shoulder forward, not by bringing your shoulder forward, but by twisting your arm in, like that.
Okay.
And that's going to get all the way in here. Let me show you what we're doing, okay? I'm going to show you the anatomy while you're doing that. Can you look at the screen while in that stretch? That might be challenging.
Oh, no, not a problem.
Okay. So,
Switching sides periodically, or?
yes, but yeah, experiment with it and play with it a little bit. So the reason why we're twisting the jaw is because we want to get this. So it's not enough to lengthen, right? We can lengthen this by tilting our head, right? But when we twist our head, we actually get all of it. So that's what we're stretching, okay?
Gotcha.
The back stretch I showed you with the TikTok, that'll get these and these as well. I think this solves the overwhelming majority of your problems.
Okay.
So we're going to spend most of the today just doing this, okay?
Okay, yeah. What is the frequency for this kind of these stretches during the week?
The nice big back one that is time lapsed on the TikTok, I do that for like 10 minutes and then I walk away and I do it again. Just because like it's more of like a breathing thing. You're just the weight of your head. The trick to it, and that stretch being so impactful, you're just using the weight of your head and you're breathing. And you put your arms forward and you let it dangle. And the weight of your head will bring you down while your breathing kind of loosens up your back. It's big. It's a big stretch. It's more about relaxing and letting the head float. For this thing, you can like hold this for like, and I don't like holding. I like playing a little bit and like moving. You can do this for like 60 seconds and then take a break
maybe every half hour. 60 seconds each side.
Okay.
60 seconds, wait a half hour, other side 60 seconds, do a lat stretch 60 seconds every half hour-ish. Or whenever you have a moment, take a little extra long bathroom break, that works too.
Okay. So it's not the kind of, as long as I'm being gentle with it and like at least a half an hour, it's not something I can like really overdo.
These muscles are
gentle stretches.
Yeah, these are big. These are big muscles. They're okay.
Okay.
They'll be just fine. Yeah. The big uns, it's just as long as you don't force it, right? Everything has a breaking point, but like, yeah, these are big muscles. And the good news is that, like, yeah, big muscles create big problems for what we want to do, but now it's kind of a simple problem to solve. Like, you don't have a lot of problems because there was, we had some success. And then it was just like, it was so stubborn. And I saw you trying. And I know. And I was like, there's something up that I'm missing. And this is it. I'm almost positive.
Okay.
So, once you've done that stretch a little bit and you feel a little bit better about it, let's go to the add O again, okay?
Okay. And this is with the lifted, correct?
Since you can isolate it now, go for it, yeah. Since you've been practicing, yeah. Okay, hold up. Can you do it while in the stretch? And here's what I'm going to have you do, actually, okay?
Yep.
You seeing how I'm doing this?
Yep.
Okay. Let all of this motion change the sound. Just let it happen. See what happens. Because if you let it change the sound instead of trying to control it, you're going to understand exactly what this tension is doing, which is ideal. That's it. Feels different, doesn't it?
A lot.
Yeah. Okay. I know you said you wanted to focus on speech. Let's do the singing. Because this is we figured it out. This is it. So if you want to do your tune whilst doing this, okay? And take it slow. Don't, when you got muscles this tight, don't like whip around and try to do it fast, okay? Don't do that.
Okay. The thought of singing while moving like that is a very funny thought to me.
Yep.
Okay.
There is no cool singing exercise that is also effective. Promise you.
Yeah. I that's what a theater teacher always said. If you look good while warming up, you're doing it wrong.
Yep. I'll see you, Monocork. Yeah, absolutely.
Old John Joseph was a man with two first names. They left him in the railroad yard when they took away the train, and only one run a week comes rolling down that line. All he's got to worry about is time.
Here's what I want you to do, okay? Pinch and unpinch your nose. As you sing, when you find nasality, stop on that vowel and that note and just sustain that vowel and note. You might have to start and stop the song a few times because you might kind of lose places as to where you are, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But once you find nasality, and it's like, oh, I got it. That's nasal. Sustain that vowel.
John Joe. Oh, it's very quick.
Yep. That's getting better real fast. Now remember, we also have your lats to stretch. Okay?
Yeah.
So, switch it up. Let's go back to the lat stretch. And there is actually a way, if we stand, we can do this as well. Okay?
Sure.
And then we don't need to hold on to this, which would be where this comes from. Obviously, I don't have my headphones in, so I can't hear you if you don't. So we're just gonna let it. It's just gonna be kind of a variation of that sitting TikTok exercise. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna use my hips to control everything. Okay. So I bring my hips to the right in this instance. Then I bring them forward. Oof. And I drop. Same thing. Hips are controlling as much as humanly possible. Ugh. In my case, I'm so damn tight that the thing won't move unless I actually move my arms. But if you can do that with your hips and get as much control as humanly possible from that motion with your hips, it's going to let your muscles relax so that they stretch more easily. Okay?
Okay.
You're going to get a bigger stretch here. And take it slow. If you need to take off your headset to do this, go for it.
I've just got AirPods in, so they're standard.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I can feel that a little more.
I hear it in your speaking voice. All right. Do that for a little bit. That's good rhythm.
Trying to keep the movement kind of like languid and but like steady-ish.
Yeah. You don't want it like jerking it just because like it might like, I don't think it hurt anything, but it's not comfortable to like pull something. You don't want to do that, right? So yeah, slow. And again, it's really, all this control can happen from the hips. It's a bit of a weird coordination. Oh, I'm going to move my shoulder by moving my hip. Said very few people ever.
That makes perfect sense. Most of my issues with golf swing have been my hip alignment.
Yep. This will help your golf.
Years, but...
All right. So, now sing and do the nose pinch and unpinch. Same thing. Once you find the nasality, stop on the vowel.
Oh, John Joseph was a man with two first names.
So, here's the thing. What I want you to do is I don't want you to be like, I'm going to not nasal now. Therefore, I'm going to stop and pause. What I want you to do is be where you're at and then observe what changes as you move through this stretch. We want observation, not judgment, currently.
Okay. Oh, John Joseph was a man.
If you can sustain it, that's ideal.
I'm making myself dizzy.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Go ahead and have a seat. Okay. There's a couple reasons that could be happening. One, we're doing some circular movements, and you might not do that often. Two, you might be not exhaling like everything. That'll do it. Okay, so just chill out for a little bit, sit. Wait until you have your like equilibrium back and you're good. And then let me know if you think you can do it again. If not, we'll adjust.
No. I'm on new medication that makes me queasy, and I can feel it similarly.
Okay, so we'll adjust. Let's go back to this thing. And you let me know if this makes you dizzy, okay?
No, this is okay. I can feel a little more anchored. This one.
Oh, good. All right. So same thing, pinch down, pinch the nose, and whenever you land on something.
Old John Joseph was a man with two first names. He left him in the end. There's a lot of it on that one.
Yeah. Starts on a nasal continuant. And its name, right, is the word?
That one was in.
In. Okay. So it ends on an N. So it's a nasal continuant. You can't. So if I do an N, nasal continuants work because they go through the nose. So when you go in, right? Careful on like chewing, like in. But that's more of a singing thing. But you should, yeah. So go to ah and find a nice ah that's not nasal. Okay, maybe even ah. Still nasal a little bit. Let's go with ah. All right. Let's go with the ow. Ow you. Ow you. Okay? Do it a few times. Pinch it on, pinch your nose as you go through, okay? Okay. Here's the next thing I want you to do, okay? The chest, for you, when you have these big back muscles, is going to do this to compensate. Right? So your chest tension is trying to help you because of your back tension.
Okay.
So, check in with your chest here. And as your chest expands, try to get your back to expand as well. It might be difficult. Your back might feel really stiff.
Yeah, I can feel my shoulders moving up, but not like my back expanding outward, I guess would be the best way to describe it.
Sure. Take your time with it. Now, I know I said that doing that stretch with the head down is not ideal in a rolling chair. If you sit far back enough and your feet are out in front of you enough and have like a wide angle so that you can really put your weight forward and you have a nice solid foundation with your legs. So they're extended, feet are flat on the ground. You're
Gotcha.
kind of wide, okay? And then go ahead and let your head hang in between your legs, with your arms dangling as well. Let's see how this does. Breathe into your back from here, and check in with your chest as well. How you doing?
Physically, I can't lean over that far.
That's okay. Don't worry about it, okay?
There's just... Yeah.
If we don't move and we do it standing, would you be able to do that? It's okay if you can't.
I'm not able to fold over forward that far.
You got it. You got it. Okay. This helps to know. So then don't worry about the TikTok stretch, okay? So really what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get you options.
Mm-hmm.
In no small part because I get bored. For me. So I like to have options. You might not have that same discipline issue. You there, by the way?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Did it not come through?
Yeah, I lost your like white noise signal thing. All right.
Oh, yeah, my internet signal is telling me it's unstable. That's new.
Okay. Whilst doing this, see if you can find a way, because my biggest thing is I want to get you a stretch that gets kind of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So this can, but make sure that we're going to combine these two, okay? So we did this before, right? Now I want you to combine this thing that we were doing, this and the chin up. Because the reality is that there's a lot more ways to hold up your arms than by using your traps. It's just a little bit more complicated. It takes a little figuring out, playing around. You should be able to get stretch in your traps as you do this for your lats. So play around with that.
Okay. Kind of found a spot where I can kind of feel it in both, but I don't have a lot of movement to it.
You won't have a lot of movement. You're tight. I don't have a lot of movement either. Right? As long as you're feeling the stretch in both, then breathe into that spot. Let me give you a story. One of the ways that I made some of the most rapid progress in my singing in recent memory was after I stopped working at Trader Joe's. Manual labor left me with a lot of bad posture issues because I wasn't using my body real smart. And that was true of me when I was a fitness instructor. I wasn't using my body with efficiency. I just muscled through everything. So I was so discouraged that I stopped singing, and I just got kind of pissed at the situation with my body because I knew what the problem was. So I just stretched. I didn't sing for 8 months. Not really. Singing was never easier after that 8 months. Now, I'm not telling you not to make sound or not to sing.
Mm-hmm.
The point is this. This is your problem. It seems like it's going to take a while to stretch out these larger muscles. They seem very tight. For whatever reason. There could be any number of reasons. The student I had on before you that made me think about you and this problem specifically worked in construction. very obvious why his back would be tight. For you, I don't know. But, you know, I hadn't been working out at Trader Joe's. I don't work out at Trader Joe's. I don't do Pilates. I don't have a reason for these muscles to be tight other than use and how I use them.
Mhm.
Stretching them out is one part of the puzzle. Okay? So, let's drop the stretch. Let's get into breathing. Okay?
Gotcha.
So try to sit in your chair comfortably. Get on the ground. Knees soft. Okay? Shouldn't have to clench your knees. Try to breathe into your back. One of the things that helped you before, and makes a lot more sense now that it helped you, was we did this thing with the hips. We moved from side to side, right? And we had you moving your head. If I recall, I did this with you, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. This might have been what helped you a lot. And it makes sense. Because if I'm moving from side to side on my hips, and I'm trying to allow my shoulders and my head to move, this is going to move my lats and my traps.
Gotcha.
So, you go side to side with that and breathe into your back as you do it.
Every time I feel like I focus on one place, I've got to be careful not to like tighten up somewhere else to like move the attention, if that makes sense.
It makes absolute sense. Right? It is very, very, very difficult to simply will attention away when you have like chronic tightness like this. Right? So be patient. It's going to take a minute, probably a few months. But you're going to have dramatic improvement in that time, right? This is not going to be like, oh, in a few months you'll sound good. No. You're going to sound better today. You already made better sounds today. And you made good sounds during the first lesson as well. We just didn't I didn't figure it out what was kind of going on.
Okay.
Also, this is much harder if you're tired. This is probably making you tired. Is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have anything to do after this?
Yeah, I do have a commitment after, but there's a break between.
Okay. Make sure you really rest. Because if you're tired and you're holding yourself up with tension, which is literally how I'm getting through my day today, I'm exhausted myself. So you're going to feel real tired.
Absolutely.
All right. Keep breathing real nice. Let me change the stream title as well while you're doing that, okay?
No problem. And I'm not surprised that there are some singing lessons with very little singing.
Yeah.
I used to teach French horn, and we didn't touch the instrument for the first entire lesson. It was just breathing.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I try to follow the student a little bit. For you, I know you want it so bad for reasons, right? We don't need to get into why.
So I know you'll do whatever it takes. Especially because when the first thing you did when you came in was like, I don't even care about the singing at this point. Right?
That surprised myself when I said that.
Yeah. But I get it. I do. And by the way, that would be okay with me. But I also don't think you totally feel that. I think you just want results for the thing that's most important. Is that fair? Am I right on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I have time to sit in it longer, I know that I enjoy the playfulness and just being able to do stuff with my voice and sing. And I don't want to leave that behind, or then have to switch between I can pass, but if I don't, I could pass unless I start singing.
Here's the good news.
That's a concern.
Yeah. So here's the good news. Not much of a difference between singing and talking in terms of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
The same problem happens in both. So this will help both.
Gotcha.
Sustaining a tone on a vowel is what we do when we sing. Happens to be the case. The utility in that for speech is that you're going to be able to figure out as you sustain a sound, any sound, but like ow is friendly for you. Will help you lift your soft palate, right? It's going to help you.
Okay.
So that's why we start with ah. By the way, I hope are you still doing those stretches while I'm talking at you?
Yep.
Awesome. You're the best. All right. So helps us lift the soft palate, helps us have a wide tongue. So because it helps us, for this, that's what we're doing. And then we are going and checking in all the time with this. But none of that matters when you got this much tension bringing everything down. It's still useful to do, but the stretch is the biggest deal for you right now. Stretching these muscles out.
Okay.
It's going to make things so much easier. All right, so with that stretch, let's take a moment. Let's make some sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's what's happening now. Your back is definitely looser. But your chest and your jaw are still contracted, and to quite an extreme because they've been tight to compensate for an extremely tight back. But this will be easier to solve now with a looser back. So go ahead and place your hand on your chest and one hand on your jaw.
Mm-hmm.
Try to loosen up the chest. Try to loosen up the jaw. And go back to this swing a little bit to help, okay?
Gotcha.
And let's breathe into that.
That actually might be relevant. Now that I think about it.
What's up?
I just stuck my tongue out. And the connection between the tongue and the bottom of my mouth got stuck between my front two teeth. it's not extreme, but I'm technically, I guess, quote unquote, tongue tied.
So the root is what you're telling me. The root.
Yeah, that
Okay.
connection is right near the front of my tongue, like almost
Gotcha.
really far forward.
That is really good to know. So
And the bottom of it is right behind my teeth by like millimeters.
yeah, okay. So we're gonna need to work on tongue width pretty hard because you won't be able to do that easily, can you? I would imagine not.
Not without pain, because it puts that piece of skin.
Yeah. So let's not do that then. Okay. So what you should be able to do then is ideally you can kind of chew the sides of your tongue a little bit and see if it's loose that way.
Okay, I can. Yeah.
And your tongue should be able to relax into that to where you can chew the sides of your tongue pretty easily, okay? Obviously very
it's
lovely.
not too hard to put both sides of my tongue kind of gently between both sides of my teeth.
Okay, then you don't really have a lot of tongue tension, I don't think. Because if you do, the tongue is going to go, at least if you do in such a way that would cause nasality, what you'd observe is that your tongue is very narrow to where you wouldn't be able to chew on it. So I don't think the tongue is that much of an issue for you. Obviously being tongue-tied, has its own challenges. But for our purposes, I'm not too worried about it, okay? That's good to know. All right, how's your chest and jaw doing?
Feeling pretty okay.
Okay. Let's do the ah, and just find a good ah first. Pinch your nose, pinch your nose, okay? Nice. How's it feel?
Feels okay, yeah. Still, I kind of felt like there was a little bit of jaw tension.
A little bit. That's all right. Realm, a day, all that, So, if the ah is good, start to slowly morph to the ah to the o. Ah, and check in. Go real slow between. There's no destination that we're going for. We are going for discovery and observation, okay?
Understood.
That's much better. Much better. If you want to try contracting your I think you did. You contract a little bit your thyrohyoid there, right?
A little bit, yeah.
You want to try contracting it a lot, see what happens? Ooh, get that ah. Real nice. Real nice, okay? Before you move on. But you can definitely have that contraction. So be careful when you exhale. Here's the thing. Earnestness, and I hate that I'm saying this aloud, I wish anything other than this were true. Because if this weren't true, I would be such a badass at singing. Like you wouldn't believe. Oh my God, I hate that this is true. Earnestness and wanting to do it real bad is not your friend. Doesn't that suck? Yeah. So I know you want it real bad. I know. So when you contract it, just try to observe.
Be able to relax into it, not
Yes.
grip
Yes.
into it.
Don't force it, especially if you've been holding it for a long time. It might be tired. Okay? So do as much as you can, and that's okay. Careful with your chest tension. Make sure your stomach's moving, okay?
That's honking practically.
Yeah. But it is better than it was. Okay? So, we don't have to contract it that much. But also remember, your lats are crazy tight. Your traps are crazy tight. That's pulling down your soft palate. And when we contract the thyrohyoid, it's not necessarily that the soft palate gets brought down because of that. What ends up happening is that it all gets highlighted, right? Because we're raising the larynx a bunch. And that frequency range ends up just getting highlighted from the mere acoustics. Doesn't mean you're pulling it down more. So, this just goes back again to your lats and your traps and stretching those out. We got about 10 more minutes. So, let's do that stretch again, okay? This is your biggest thing. And like I said, you've made better sounds today. There's been improvement. So we need to stretch this out a little bit. Let's go back to the stretch. Or we're doing this, okay? And let's get into this if you have the energy to do it. If we can do both. If you don't have the energy, just do this, okay? And be honest with yourself about that.
It's a little more gentle than before, but I can do it.
Good. Also make sure your knees are soft, okay?
Gotcha.
Fireball, thank you for the 5 gifted. For supporting free lessons, thank you. Try making some sounds while you're doing this, okay? Thank you, Lucky. You see how your voice right there was affected by the movement? That's a positive. More of that, please. It should be affected by the movement. Right? That's what we're trying to... In a way, we're kind of trying to do that, right?
Okay.
Try that. Yeah.
Losing breath quickly.
Okay. Let's pause for a second, because we're almost done. Let me just recap. Okay?
Sure.
Okay. Obviously, as I've said a few times, lats traps are your biggest problem. You need to know and understand how that's affecting
everything that's going on. The way that you learn to do that, and the way that you can practice your voice, speaking or otherwise, is by letting whatever happens to your voice happen in the midst of those stretches. Because that's how you're going to learn the consequences of all of this stuff that I'm talking about. You can take my word for it, but screw that. You know, the goal should be to get rid of me. Right?
And I'll be able to use it more if I can feel it and internalize it.
And you'll be able to identify when it's a problem. So when you're doing this, as the voice changes, you just need to observe it and let it change. And that's how you'll figure some stuff out.
Yeah, I'm going to need to practice that. That's not going to be easy.
No, it's not. It's going to take time.
That's not a... Yeah.
Your voice can do a whole heck of a lot of things. As I've demonstrated in the first lesson, right? You can do so many things, as is. It doesn't need to change. The usage is all that needs to change. And to be able to expand what you can do, you just need to learn about it and listen to it. And this is the shit that sucks, because you want it real bad. Trust me, God, I would have been a killer. I would have been so good if it worked. I wanted it more than anybody else. I thought that would do it. I thought wanting it bad enough would be my differentiator, that would make me better somehow than other people. And yet the most chill people are the ones that made all the progress. And I got left in the dust until I figured it out. But that's not the way to do it. But you can't undo the desire. And I'm not telling you to. You can't. That goes for anybody. You want to sing, you have a burning desire to do a thing. It's not about stifling that. It's about channeling that through curiosity. And here's the thing. If you're tired, real hard to be curious. Okay?
Yeah.
Get plenty of rest, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Good job today. We figured out something big. And it's like I said this before, like, you know, I mean, it's not like the voice lessons get views anyway. Viewership always drops off and stuff like that, so whatever. I know, it's fine. But like, you know, you'd imagine like from an entertainment value, like someone having like this big, iconic moment at the end of a lesson, be like, oh, that's so cool. And that's not how I feel at all. Because, again, the point should be to get rid of me. We just found your problem. There is nothing bigger than that, right?
Yeah.
Now you can get rid of me pretty comfortably. I still want to see you in a week. Usually, if you know, because you're earnest. For an understandable reason, okay? I still want to see you in a week, if you have time.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
This helps a lot, and having the routine of it helps me stay connected to it.
Good. Then routine it be. And if there are no times available on a weekly slot that works for you, you contact me, okay? I'll make a time.
That means a lot, Massage. That means a lot.
Yeah. I don't want to get into the story of my friend, but I get it. As much as I can. As much as I can. Obviously, I don't totally get it, but I get it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. And it really is a big deal when people make the time to try and meet halfway on understanding this stuff. So
yeah.
It really is seen.
All right. Get some rest.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Take care. You as well.
All right. God. As I was doing it, I was getting tired. That Red Bull didn't help nearly as much as it should have.
Payments for bought stolen snipes actually went through, but just got refunded? Oh. Oh yeah, I should. I don't even know what the... God, I'm tired. Holy. I wonder if I was projecting a little bit on the fatigue. I might have been. Not that I was wrong. I don't think I was. But I am really tired. Alright, let me get some water. We got one more student. And I don't miss these, so I'll debate whether or not I'm going to write down names, but I'm not missing a student. Let me get water. Alright. I don't mind pushing myself through a lesson. I have tomorrow off, and usually on Saturdays I just sleep all day and all night. I'm particularly tired because of having to go to court and deal with all that. I'm never at my best on weeks like this. Hopefully, hopefully all gets brought to an end soon, but, you know, we'll see. If not, it's only once every 3 months on average, so. Not that it should be that predictable, but here we are. Hey, how you doing?
Hello?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Do you mind picking up the gain on your mic a little bit?
Okay, there.
A little bit more would be nice, if you can.
Is this okay?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
Push up the volume on my end as well. Okay. Are you on the app or on the browser?
I'm on the Zoom app.
Okay. Do me a favor, if you haven't already, go to More, go to Settings, go to Audio, and on the, near the bottom, or like kind of in the middle, rather.
Original sound from musicians.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you want to sing a little something, let's see where you're at.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. Oh, I love you so much. At long last, love has arrived.
Okay.
And I thank God I'm alive.
All right.
Yep.
I think I've worked with you before, have I not?
Yeah, you have.
Okay. I'm really bad with names, but I remember the sound of voices.
No, it's fine.
Okay, you got lower back tension.
Mm-hmm.
What did I do with you before?
You asked me to do those stretches where I hug my legs.
This is a really bad time slot for you, isn't it? You're in a particular time zone. This is not an ideal time.
I've been wanting to wake up earlier on the weekends, so it honestly works out in some ways.
Okay.
It's not that bad, but it could have been better. But yeah, it's not that bad.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now I remember. I had you do, I think, lunges with some hip movement, right?
Yep.
All right. Are you sitting right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I believe what we did was we tried enshrimpification, and it didn't actually give you a stretch. Then we did the lunges, and we figured out it was your psoas, it was your hip tension.
Yeah.
Okay. That's come back a little bit, but I want to do it differently this time. Here's what I want to do. Instead of your legs going forward and back, I want you to kind of like, let me get that camera up. I can't believe I remembered you by the sound of your voice. What kind of autist am I? Oh, it's crazy. So weird. All right. I'm just getting the second camera up so you can see what I'm doing with my legs. Good night, Reinhardt. Thanks for everything, man. All right. Let's move this here. Go. All right. So I'm straddled like that. Okay. And I'm going to move my hips like this as I'm doing this. Let me know how that feels. This might get a little intense for this stretch. And yeah, I can't really talk about it. All I can say is that in the US, if you want to take someone into court into perpetuity, you can absolutely do that, regardless of how ridiculous it may or may not be.
I don't particularly feel anything.
So you don't feel anything from... Get back to this. Okay. So let me bring up the other camera. Here. Okay. So watch my torso. Okay. Like I'm really going around here. Do you feel that like I'm bringing my hips really far forward? You feel anything there?
Yeah, nothing on my hips, just a bit of my arm is stretched.
Interesting. Okay. So then let's go forward to back then with your hips. And yeah, sorry, I know it's a really interesting shot, Zaploid, but you know. So let's go to the lunge that we had before. Okay? And get into a stretch there and twist a little bit there. Do you feel a stretch in the hips? That you're shaking tells me yes.
No, I was shaking because I was moving.
Interesting. Okay, all right.
No, nothing in the hips.
All right.
Yeah.
Do this for me. Do you feel a stretch at all in your chest when you do this?
Barely, but I do feel something.
Okay. Do an inhale while you're in that stretch. Inhale that and exhale a sound for me gently.
Just sing a sound as you exhale, okay?
Oh yeah, I'm shaking.
Okay, let it shake. Okay. Give me an ah.
Ah.
All right. Where are you shaking?
Yes.
I said where.
Oh.
You a little nervous by chance?
No, it's just I'm trying to keep everything a bit low because my entire family's still sleeping.
Gotcha. All right. Okay, here's what you can do. You have like a pillow?
No, but I already have a clothing rack behind me and it helps a little, but I still don't want to wake anyone up because today's
I
my
understand.
off day and I don't want to bother.
Right, I understand. What I was going to ask you to do is I was going to ask you to sing into the pillow.
Ah.
Because it can be hard for me to hear certain things if you're humming, but we can do humming. It's okay. Let's just do humming. And the other thing is that you're going to end up making maybe even a lot of sound even if you hum.
Yeah.
So if you have a towel, a pillow, a thick sweater you can just roll up and put in front of your face hole when you make noise.
That's better.
Yeah. Ball that up real nice, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's see if I can hear through this thing, right? All right. Do the stretch. And go ahead and sing again. Yeah, go ahead and you can muffle your sound with that, okay?
Okay.
Wait, hold up. Be a little bit more gentle on the exhale, okay?
Okay.
Okay, pause for me.
Hmm?
All right. When you did an inhale, you
Yeah.
made a bit of a sound, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm real tight. That's what the sound is, okay? If I'm not, that's a full inhale, okay? So, your abs are a little tight, your chest is a little tight. Go ahead and place your hands on both.
Mm-hmm.
Breathe in those. Make sure they move real easy, okay?
Yeah.
Few minutes to do that. Those moving okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Place your hand on your shoulder. Let me know if that's moving okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Your voice got deeper there. You said it was moving real easy. Is something what changed?
I was looking downward.
Hold on, let me think about that. Do this for me. Okay. Your elbow like this.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I think is happening. I think like, let me show you the muscle that I suspect is the problem. I think it's this. That or these. Possibly this. Regardless, this stretch will get most of that. How easy is it to breathe into your back when you're in this stretch?
Not that hard.
Okay. To me, there seems to be a difference there because before everything's been, that's easy. That's not a problem. You're like, that's not too hard. So if it's not too hard, we found something that's a bit more difficult than easy. Yeah? Is that fair to say? Okay.
Yep.
Here's the benefit of this, too. Here's why I'm so clever. You can ball up your thing while still doing the stretch. Okay. Go ahead and do that. And try to breathe in real nice and easy. And then let out a sound. Okay. Try to do it on an ah. That's pretty darn good. Okay. Switch sides if you haven't already. Stretch the other one. Now here's where it's going to get tricky. By doing this, you're probably contracting your chest to be able to do it. I need you to be able to breathe in your chest pretty freely even while you're doing this, okay?
Okay.
A little challenging, but give it a shot. And this time, well, let's do that and then make a sound. Okay. This is good. Do me a favor. Be a little bit more gentle on your exhale, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now sing your song. Try to do it the same way, okay?
Sorry?
I said now sing your song. Okay?
Okay. You're just too good to
Whoa.
be true.
Whoa. Do it while muffled so that you can get the same sound. You don't have to worry about... So if you're holding back on your sound, that's not doing you any favors.
You're just too... Sorry.
Too much.
You're just too...
Whoa. Too much on the exhale, okay?
Okay. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. Oh, I love you so much.
Alright, hold on. Put your hand on your chest right here. When you exhale, make sure that this is not going like that, okay?
Yeah.
Or like this.
Okay.
Alright.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. Oh, I love you so much. At long last, love has arrived. And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
Okay. Your neck is a little cranked back a little bit. I'm going to have you do this a little bit. And while you can have the thing here again, so you can not worry about your sound, okay?
Okay.
You hear how as I move, my sound changes?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want. I want that to happen, okay?
Okay.
All right, make sure that you're breathing in to your lower back and your abs as this is going on, and that's easy for you, okay?
Sorry?
I said make sure that when you breathe in, that your lower back and your lower abs are moving pretty easily, okay?
Okay.
Fix that. I don't even know why I have that alarm. It doesn't, it's nothing I have at 5:20 ever. Okay. Go for, sorry, go for again, and do this while singing your tune, okay?
Song?
Yeah, go ahead and sing the song, yeah.
Okay. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. Oh, I love you so much. At long last love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
Okay. So here's what we did, and why we did what we did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're not, it's funny, you have some tension, but you're not wound up real tight.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not hard for you to address the tension.
Yep.
Okay. So that's good.
Yeah.
So we found that. That was your soft palate was
my
going.
mom's calling, sorry.
Go for it. I hope that the muffling was still enough.
Okay.
Does that mean your folks are awake and we can end the muffling,
No,
or?
no. She usually wakes up at this time. It's just I woke up at 6 earlier, so yeah.
All right.
It's 7:30 now, so yeah, I just didn't want to bother her earlier.
Okay. Do we still need to muffle your sound?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right, good. Let's hear the tune. Hold on. And what I'd like you to do this time. Well, let me finish explaining. Okay. So, your jaw was jutted forward a little bit, and that was lowering your palate, and so we had to figure out like what was causing that. It's a little bit of an uncommon issue, and it wasn't the same issue that it was last time. So that's interesting. That doesn't happen very often. So we fixed that.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. Still a little there. It's fine. Now what we need to do is we need to get you to kind of bring out the music a little bit more, okay?
Yeah.
So, Frankie Valli. I'm not sure. I forget if they did like dancing or whatever, but for our purposes, we're gonna pretend they did. I want you to move your hips kind of to the tune. Da-dum, da-dum, da-da-dum, dum, da-da-dum, da. All right. And when you move your hips, everything else should kind of be moving. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's the best thing about this. No one can see you. All right.
Yeah.
So you should really sway into it like no one's watching, and then just lie to us and say that you are just totally cool about it. You know, you're not swaying like a lunatic, right? But you should really be moving to the music. And the motion should be in your hips. Let your head, neck, shoulders all move in response.
Okay.
Okay, you say okay. But if you're moving real big, you're not gonna be like, okay. You're like, okay. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Right? It's not, you're not gonna be able to be like, okay. Not if you're moving real big, okay? So go ahead and move real big. Then you can lie to us. I'll know the difference. Because I'll know the tone difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. Oh, I love you so much. At long last, love has arrived. And I thank God I'm alive.
So this is much better. But now we need to get you to follow through on the phrasing, okay? Because you're doing da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, and I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, you're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. This is some schmaltzy shit, my guy. Right? Listen to the words, for God's sakes, right? It's like schmaltzy. So, and then the thing is that the phrasing changes. You're like heaven to touch. Oh, I want to love you so much. At long last, da 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 dee da da da. Right? So really, with the big motions, that's fine. But now for the phrasing, get your arm into it. Okay?
Okay. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch.
Bigger motions in the
I-
hips, right? Let the hips dictate the motion, okay? Your shoulders should be moving because your hips are moving. And to prevent you from like locking up a little bit, like what's happening right now, keep your elbow to your side. Okay? Hip, 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 hip. Everything here should move very freely. Okay? That again.
Yeah.
It's better though.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. Oh, I love you so much. At long last, love has arrived. And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
That is a world of difference. Now, that's just breath. Okay? That's one element of the formula. Now we got to work on your vowels a little bit. Okay?
Yeah.
That's a big difference in tone quality, and it is nice to listen to. So, here's what I want you to do. We're just going to sing out on a note. We're going to inhale and exhale. But I want you to keep this movement because this is what's helping you with your breath. Okay?
Yeah.
So, ah, that's the first note it's known. Your, but I want you to go, the goal is not to go through the vowels. This is not a checklist. I need you to try and kind of play with the sound to see what happens to the sound and to try to find some resonant stuff. You know, see if you can
Okay.
sound real loud and obnoxious. Whoa, 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 whoa. Too much on the exhale, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, hold on. When you go to E from your we're just going to go I, okay?
Okay.
If your jaw moves, it shouldn't.
Okay.
My tongue is moving. My jaw
Yeah.
moved a little bit because I'm tight. And I'm not moving around like a suave individual like yourself. And that would solve my problem. But for you, the tongue moves. That's it.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on. 1,
Mhm.
too much on the exhale.
Mhm.
2, more vigorous swing.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'll try.
All right. When you do the E,
Mhm.
check in with your jaw. Okay? Make sure that that's not doing too much work. And also, not okay? Here's what's happening. The E, when you go to your E vowel, the tone gets very nasal. We're going to find out why, okay? We're going to try to solve that problem, okay?
Okay. Right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. That's a little bit better. Now do it with your lips just nice and loose, okay? Yeah. Whoa. Pinch and unpinch your nose. There. Actually, yeah. Pinch and unpinch your nose and go from A to E again. I want you to be able to hear it. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't want that.
Mm.
Right? It shouldn't change at all, ideally.
Mm.
So, I'm going to have you play with it. See what you can figure out.
Okay. Yeah.
Whoa. Get the A first. Right? If the A is going nasal, there's no point in going to the E, which is already kind of going nasal for you.
Okay.
We got to get the A to not be nasal. Okay? Uh-huh. Skip the E. Don't worry about the E.
Okay.
Also, you got to be doing your breath stuff.
Okay.
I know. It's a little ridiculous. But it works.
Oh, my AC isn't on. No wonder I'm feeling tired. Okay.
So when you do the hip thing, so head, neck, and shoulders are loose, but also, you remember where you felt that stretch in your back and where you were breathing in your back?
Yep.
That too should be able to move. That middle section of your back. Okay? Because if that's contracted, that's also going to bring down your soft palate. Which is what's happening right now. Okay? So move. with your hips, just your hips, and see what that gets rid of. Easier, right? It's a little easier, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
You're good. You're coughing a lot. Are you sick?
This past week actually.
Okay. How tired are you?
I just got better, so it's not as bad as the first few days, but I'm not tired, but my lungs still give out a little.
Okay. Because I was wondering where that fry coming from or was coming from. Sounds like you just might have like excess mucus on your
Yeah,
vocal
yeah.
folds. Okay, you should be fine then. If you're
Yeah.
basically all recovered, and you're being honest with me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I worry that your folds might also be swollen. Let's keep it in the low end, okay?
Okay.
Same thing. Just and then with this, as Katie said, they said slithery snake.
Okay.
All right. Do you feel when it changes?
Hmm?
Do you feel when the sound changes at all?
I don't think so.
Okay. Go back to the movement. Don't make a
Mhm.
sound. All right? Get really used to that movement to where you don't think about it at all. Once it's ridiculously easy for you, and pinch and unpinch your nose, okay? And pay attention to what happens to the sound and how easy, more importantly, how easy it is to sing. Chest is a little tight as well, presumably because you're coughing a little bit. All right. Do you feel that difference?
A little, yeah.
Okay. What are you feeling?
It's a little less taxing.
How so? Get specific.
I breathe easier.
You breathe easier. Okay.
Yeah, a little.
All right. I want you to sing the tune
Mm-hmm.
only on that vowel, only on the right?
Okay.
While doing the motion, okay?
Yep.
Hold on.
Huh?
We need that suave, slithering snakes movement, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Hmm?
Do you use like an intonation app or something?
No, I don't have any apps.
Okay. You're being really precise with the pitch.
to the point where it's like surgical.
Yeah, I felt it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's where I was like, did you like? Yeah. We can be more legato,
Okay.
but because you were so precise with the notes, instead of this hand wavy thing that I have everyone do for phrasing, I want to try something else with you. Because if you're paying that much attention note to note, I want you to see if you can. So, I want you to see if you can deliberately slide in between them. Just schmaltz it up.
Ah. Ah. Ah.
Hold on. You hear the change in that vowel?
Yeah, a little.
Okay. Do that phrase again. See if we can get, instead of ah,
Ah. 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 Ah.
okay. I can hear you paying attention, which is good. You're really, really paying attention now. Do the tune again. Here's what I want you to do. When you do the ah, you feel what's moving inside of your mouth by chance?
Yeah.
See if you can do the tune.
Mouth? No, I'm
in-
more. Uh, I feel something move in the throat, but not the mouth.
Okay.
Mm.
Whatever you're feeling
Mhm.
that's moving and making it easier,
Mhm.
see if you can get that same thing going on the tune itself.
Okay. So lyrics and all, not ah.
Precisely. And don't forget, suave slithering snake.
Yeah. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. Oh, I love you so much.
Here's what's happening.
Hmm?
Okay? You're getting some really good suave phrasing. And every now and then, chest is kicking in a little bit. And it's making the phrasing, it's like, oh, this is gonna get good. Oh, he just kicked it a little bit, right? There's a lot of good stuff in there, okay?
Yeah.
Did we ever do the did we do that?
Last week, the last time we met, yeah.
Okay. And you remember, like, the aim is consistency and all that, remember?
Yeah. Mhm.
All right. Place your hand on your chest.
Mm.
And do that lip trill exercise. Again, suave slithering snake, very important.
Mm. Yeah.
All right? You can think the words and do all that. But make sure the breath is consistent. Ooh, you hear that though? You hear?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Mhm.
consistency. All right, nice. Okay, now go back to the tune and that same consistency, okay?
Okay.
And remember that we are trying to find that thing that made really nice and easy on the words. Okay, so those two things. And then the third thing is the suave slithering snake. So all three of those at the same time.
Mm.
Good luck.
Mm. You're just too good to be true.
Ooh,
Can't take my eyes off of
go
you.
back to ah. Go back to ah. You
Ah.
lost it a little bit, okay?
Okay. Ah, 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 ah. Ah.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Mm,
Too much on the exhale, okay?
yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. Ah.
All right, and then careful on the consistency of the breath, but this is work better.
Ah.
Whoa, what happened? When I say consistency of breath, you drop sort of the thing, okay?
Ah. 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 Ah.
When you go down,
Hmm?
that doesn't mean you can drop your soft palate.
Ah.
It doesn't mean you can drop the Quite the opposite, actually. It feels better to us as singers. We think we're getting more out of it. We're not.
Mhm.
We're kind of burying ourselves. So, all the way through. The whole thing. This is what some people would call placement. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't like the word because it presumes that you can like place the voice, which is a weird thing.
Mhm.
But that idea for now, it's an incomplete idea.
Yeah.
Okay? But the idea has utility for you right now. You shouldn't lose placement. Okay? Even if you're on your lows. So, yeah.
Ah. 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 Ah.
You can be a little bit more gentle on the exhale. It's not as forceful as it was. Check in with the chest. Okay, a little bit more gentle. Not crazy more gentle. Just a little.
Ah. Ah. Ah.
More slithery snake, a little larger motions, okay?
Ah.
Ooh, there we go. Keep going.
Ah. Ah.
Okay. Do you feel the difference on that low note?
Yeah.
That is nice to us.
Hmm.
Might feel weird for you.
Yes.
Okay. But luckily, well, I mean, you can sing for yourself, but if you want to sound good to other people, that's the stuff. All right. So same thing now with the words.
Okay. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
Like remember that placement on the
You just can't take my eyes off of you.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hmm?
Let's do hold on. You're just too good to be true. You're just too good to be true.
Okay.
Do it on one phrase. Because here's the thing. We're trying to get like one vowel to work on one exercise.
Yeah.
And then I'm throwing you into the tune, and how many vowels are in the tune, right? All over the place, right?
Yeah.
So let's pick one part of the phrase.
Okay.
Just one, just that beginning part. And go back and forth between those two, okay?
Yep. Okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hmm.
Slithery snake, calm exhale, chest.
You're just too good to be true. You're just too good to be true.
Okay. Let's just do ooh.
it's a lot better. Okay? The big win that you had, and this is always what happens, like mid-lesson, we have a big win, and it's like, oh, cool, and we never really get it back to the same spot. When there was a point where, like, you were killing it on breath, right? It's better than it was, but I want you to go back and watch your lesson, and you can time it because Phantom Cat Music and a couple other people, but on YouTube, Phantom Cat Music said immediately, oh, that's such a difference. And that was when you were nailing it on breath, okay? So just that alone is a big deal. All right. Now we're getting into the minutia of vowels.
Yeah.
So everything's like, your breath is better than what was in the beginning, and not as good as when you were killing it with the breath. Your vowels are better than they were in the beginning. You've had some good moments and some not good moments in terms of the remembering the placement. Now you're pretty consistent on both. Like you're not at the peak of where you were within this hour. You're at a much better place. Consistently, a problem for you is the E and the U vowel. You're just too good to be true. You're doing okay, and then you get to true, and then you go flat. And it's the vowel. So add U. That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
All right. On a single tone, so you can really focus on it. Okay. Slithery snake.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, slower between. Do you feel that difference?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you want. Let's go with the tune again. That was pretty quick. You're learning.
After the tune or just straight?
Let's do the first phrase of the tune. Yeah.
Okay. You're just too good to be true.
Slithery snake.
You're just too good to be true.
Ooh, what happened on the ooh there? Replace the T with the ah. You're just too good to be ow. All right.
Also the true just replace it with a to u.
Yeah, instead of the T, ah. So, you're just too good to be ow.
Okay. You're just too good to be ow.
All right, don't forget Slithery Snake.
Good to be,
Don't forget Slithery Snake.
Yeah. You're just too good to be ow. You're just too good to be ow.
All right, now your tension's coming back a little bit. Here's the thing. Okay. You got habits with this tune. Right? We make a lot of progress on the exercises. And unless I'm like holding you really accountable, the second you go to the tune, your old habits kick in. That's just normal. Okay?
Yeah.
You should do the exercises and, in my opinion, either when you sing the tune, work really diligently on one phrase at a time. But what's probably better at this point is to pick another tune. This too is common, okay? This is like, we learn a tune, and we're at a certain point.
Yeah.
We learn it the way we learn it, and then undoing it is really difficult. If I had to sing Quanto è bella, which I tried to recently, I'm like, oh my God, all of my bad habits from when I was in my 20s are still here. All of them. Oh no. So if I had to sing Elixir of Love, I'd have some work to do to undo those habits. This happens. This is one of the reasons why I wish I had done more, just learning more music. Right? So, what you're going to want to do is you're going to pick another tune.
Yeah.
Okay. I have. Do you mind if I say what country you are from?
It's fine. Yeah.
Okay. He's in Indonesia. Am I right? I recall that correctly?
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
I expanded the time slots for Michi in
Yeah, I
case you
saw that.
wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It went very late for you.
I know. I hate
Yeah.
myself clearly. I also did it for you, okay? So, you go ahead and pick a time. Give it 2 weeks, because these exercises, maybe a week and a half. Week and a half, okay? Oh wait, no, because it's Friday, so it would have to be. Fuck it, let's do a week. Whatever.
Yeah.
All right, because you're so new to a lot of this stuff. I want to check up on you to make sure you're not doing what is very possible to do accidentally, which is to ruin the exercises for yourself.
Yeah.
Right. So these exercises are good until you use them in a way that might not be great, and so let's do a week so you don't jack up the exercise for yourself. Okay. Happens. Listen, man. It happens to everybody. I do it too. Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Okay.
All right.
Your work today. All right.
Thank you very much. I hope you have a good rest of your stream and don't sleep too late.
I will probably get some rest. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for today.
Absolutely. Have a good one. I cannot go and lecture Scarlett about earnestness and then be a fool and stay up the rest of the night writing names on a thing. It's not a trivial thing, though, to not write these names. It bothers me to not write them. The Gargura stream is Monday. If I start writing him Jester, I'm not going to want to stop. There's something about writing like 500 names in one sitting that like hits. You know what I mean? Like it makes it not a number anymore. So yeah, it's like after a certain point when you just start writing up all these names and you look at all the stuff you wrote once and you're like, these are people. And then it hits me real different. How many names do I need to write? I've got 1,000 names on Twitch. And then I think I got 150 on YouTube. And then I got Patreon, and then I got Throne. Yeah. I do this so that I never forget. You know? Because, like, it was easier when I was a small creator, and I got 3 people, and I can talk to everybody, and I can answer every comment and every DM. I never want to think of y'all as numbers. I don't want to do that. Eventually, it's unsustainable. But the mere exercise of doing it, it's perspective. It's not all or nothing, right? It's not all or nothing. If I have to write 500 names once a week and I have 50,000 viewers, that's still perspective. You know what I mean? I'm including gifted subs.
because the benefit of it is, again, to remind myself that it's people, not numbers. Yeah, but it sucks that I don't want, you know, the thing that made this week difficult to take away from the goodness that is in my life. But unfortunately, I think I might just have to admit that it does. Because it does. But next week's another week. So it's fine. Yeah, everything's fine. I just can't write 1,000 names right now. And it bums me out. Because I should be able to write 1,000 names. It's 1,000 names. That's really fucking cool. Right? It's a balance. Yeah. I'm just a bitter, purist workaholic. And I'm stubborn as shit, is really what it is. I am so stubborn. And I don't like the idea of not doing what I set out to do. Katie, I kind of like that. I'd have to get it from Stream Elements. To be honest with you, I don't even know if I can click through the browser and make sense of that, so I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I got through the voice lessons, and I made a video. I made 2 videos. So things get done today. And y'all really helped me. So now I can send something to Daryl and Bajaru. I can send an idea that I think will do a lot of good. All right. So that's a big deal to me too, because I've been wanting to, one needs to advertise and one needs to market and one needs to have a content strategy, but like I just wanted something that everyone got respected. I needed to make a change. I can't just make like these big diss tracks every week. The ROI isn't there. And not if I paid folks fairly. So it's got to be just an easier way to make music. And also, man, I just really want to fucking sing with Daryl playing piano, let alone Baji. That would be, ooh, if I could sing with both of them. Oh no, oh boy, yeah. Oh god, oh yeah, and Reinhardt. Oh, Ryan died, yeah. I'm getting greedy. Konami. You bet you. Hard to be bitter about my circumstances, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, it can be a slower way to make music, and that's okay. I can also just enjoy making music with 2 dope people. Hard to be this blessed. It's so difficult, y'all. It's so difficult. It's so hard to sing with the Oshis. You wouldn't understand. That hurts just joking about that to y'all. I'm so sorry. Even as a joke, that's kind of a dick move to do. I am so fucking lucky. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's hard to keep up your focus with lessons. I legit dropped out of it. Yeah, I just really like teaching, so it's easier for me. Even if I'm exhausted, it's easy. Yeah. I'm drowning in the jus. Yeah. So like when I say like not a great week, I mean come on. Slightly more difficult than ordinary week is more accurate. Like this is still amazing and a dream. Yeah, sorry, Kiro. Yeah. Sorry, Ex Machina. I apologize, y'all. I was supposed to be a joke, and then it came out, and I was like, oh, God, that's mean. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I need to go lay down. Katie. Yeah, Jester, that is absolutely what's going to happen. That's always what happens. I say I take a day off, and I do it anyway. I'm going to meet with Schuster tomorrow. We're going to see what we can do about a couple of things, but yeah. I always work through the weekends, giving myself permission to not work, and I just do it anyway, because, like, this is a dream. It's like, pinch me. Anyway.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. I really like talking to y'all. I should go. All right. Love you guys. Thanks a ton.